All right, we are live now, which was bad timing because Barnabas isn't in his chair.
That's all right.
But I'm
He's
here.
there.
Or was it
He's
perfect
there in
timing?
spirit.
That's all that matters.
He casts an invisibility. It's fine.
He's
He
astral
is the
projecting.
wanderer, the great wanderer.
Okay. Well,
Just put a
He's
house
wandering.
plant in your camera and you'll be good.
just like with a little ficus or something.
I
Oh,
love it.
here's
He's
Barnabas.
just wandering by the camera.
For a second, I thought maybe he lost something. I wasn't sure.
His mind. His Maldives.
Nothing up here. Nothing up here. Nothing up here.
Well done, sir.
All right. Who wants to recap their character first? Or do you want to recap characters? Maybe we just want to jump into it.
We can recap.
I took notes for everyone.
I also took Mhm. notes.
I assumed it. Oh, man. So actually, let me pause this for a second. Alex had a really cool idea that he's doing, but that I think it'd be cool if everybody did. You don't have to, but I think it'd be really cool. If you took notes in character. So take notes about things that your character would take notes about. Just because I want to see how much is like forgotten, how much is like remembered, how many like, different connections are made just because like your character. Again, you don't have to because
Can I take notes out of character but keep doing my journal thing?
yeah, you can.
Okay.
was
Because I
just
don't.
like,
I hate
might be
missing
strange.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to miss anything. I like the idea of notes contextually, but I also don't want to miss anything.
Maybe just like put an asterisk next to things that your character actually knows.
Okay. Okay.
You don't
I can
have
start
to.
doing
It was just an idea that I was like, oh man, that'd be really cool to like go back and read someday. Like, oh, this was like from my character's perspective. What happened?
I like it. I'm a
Mhm.
terrible note taker, but I'm going to take that approach and try and take more notes.
DM wish, my command.
No, you don't have to. I said,
You
Nope.
commanded.
Do
live
it all
your
in first
life.
person.
Hey.
The will of our DM. Mine is short and easy. I can go first
Okay.
if we're doing recaps.
That's what she said.
This is a family-friendly stream.
I don't know how bad of a thing that would be.
This is a
So
good Christian Minecraft server.
Captain Revan returning on the Leviathan from the north, along with his crew, landed at port, and walking away from the ship and into the capital was approached by is guards the right term, I believe?
Yeah, town guard would be right.
Town guard, yeah, who had asked who he was. He confirmed, and they proceeded to accuse him of murder and took him away. I assume to a holding cell of some sort, but that is where it ended.
I think accuse may be the wrong word, but
You were arrested
Yeah, you were arrested.
for the assassination by means of explosives.
Yep. of High Jarl Tormund,
Tormund.
the polar hewn leader.
Okay, so I took no notes last session.
turns out I know nothing. Okay.
You're arrested, and you're being basically brought by elevator to go see Lady Margaret, who is the ruler of Lautus, right?
That's
High
correct.
Jarl Tarnan.
She is the Baroness of
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Lautus.
I know Lady Margaret.
Okay. That's Captain Revan. Who's next?
I can go next. Wander went into the city, had some concerns about the lumber usage, but came to the conclusion that he thought most of the lumber usage was mostly noble. Walked stark naked right into the market, freaked some people out. Tried again with a coat, kind of a Princess Bride, Dread Pirate Roberts type, you know. Still didn't work.
Like you walk through someone's clothing line.
I am the Dwed Pilot Roberts.
Oh, please tell me you talk
I
that way.
want that to be the voice for one.
No.
Yes.
So the town guards politely asked me to leave. Things got heated. I decided to leave so as to not cause a scene, and went down. Left the city and started moving down, and the guards followed me just to be nice and to make sure I got where I was going safely. So things are pretty copacetic where we left off.
Cool. All right. Next.
How about you, Birdman?
So my character was in a prison. He's on the island of Pollux, which is a prison island. Basically what happens on the island is that people are put in stocks during the daytime and left out in the sun as means of torture. Then eventually they're brought back into the prison compound.
I'll stop.
No, not torture. No, not torture. Just forced suntan, if you will. So they're brought back into the prison and then healed. Basically, if they're looking like they're on the brink of death, they're healed. And so my character was brought back, was put out into the mess hall, essentially, and went and instigated a fight with some hewn prisoners. Whooped them. Went off to fight other people. Eventually was beat up, dragged out by some guards. And then on the way out, they told him that he had won the lottery. They threw him back in his cell, grabbed his hidden water skin, and that was where we left off.
Great.
Whenever I hear the word lottery in a fantasy setting like this, I always think of that short story most of us were forced to read in high school. I don't know, the woman that gets stoned by her village because she wins the lottery. I don't know. Anyway.
Oh, yes.
I did.
All the
not
children
have
are
to read
gathering.
that.
It's lottery day. It's
Yeah,
lottery day.
day.
Yep. Isn't it just called the lottery?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's a good one.
Yeah,
I never read that.
I never read that. Messed up Minnesota school system.
So, Alex, was that a preview of your character's accent?
No.
It went just a little bit English there for a while.
Oh, my parents left not long
Okay.
ago. They've been here for 2 weeks. So it was
Okay.
with some lingering imperialism.
Like my wife's friend Graham, he had like a slight Irish accent, but he'd been living in Britain for a while, and then family would call, and he would walk out of his room with just this raving, borderline drunk Irish accent.
Yep.
We couldn't understand a word he said. We're like, "What?" And he'd go, "Oh, sorry," and he'd kind of like squint his eyes and then go back to his.
That's awesome.
Am I the last one that needs to give the update or the recap?
Council and Felix need to go.
You can go.
I can go. So Felix came to the capital, Beirij, looking for something, for reasons you guys don't know. He got a tip that it might be in the Warrens. So he searched a really long time there, and I think he's looking for someone named Boric. Is that right? I have the name Boric and nothing written about
Yeah,
that.
yeah, Boric.
He was
That's
given
what I
the
have.
name at the docks. He approached another
Yep.
Dwarn and was given the name
Yep.
Boric.
Yeah, and I eventually found a shop that had a stone like the one that I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
It was the wrong color.
It's the wrong color.
Yeah.
It was green,
Green.
right? I'm looking for red. I didn't write down the colors either.
Oh, that'll be a problem for your character.
You were told to come back later that evening as well. because they couldn't give you what you were looking for during their operational hours.
Yeah.
But they alluded to the fact that they had what you were looking for.
Yeah, wasn't it the assistant dwarven lady?
Yeah,
Yep.
the
Maybe
female
she
aide.
wasn't dwarven. I don't know.
Mhm.
Oh, I need to stop writing dwarf in my notes.
It's
There we
fine.
go.
That's gonna take a while.
Okay. My character was his last, I guess. I arrived on a ship, a fishing ship from my home. The journey took 3 weeks. I arrived in Bay Ridge. The people stared in silence because of his strange attire. The captain of the ship that brought me led me to where I needed to go. We rode up the elevator to meet the leader of Bay Ridge. The captain was very friendly, answered a bunch of questions, told me about the Warrens and all sorts of other things. He eventually talks to the guards outside of Lady Margaret's building to kind of persuade them to let me in and meet her. I did meet with Lady Margaret, and I ended up staying with her for a long time, learning about Hewn culture and sharing information back and forth, and being a guest for a while. And as the captain left, I promised him I owed him a favor. Keep was lavishly decorated, escorted into the building, bar double doors, dark lit by candles. The guard asks if I knew about one of the leaders. And my character said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Lady Margaret is rather rotund, and she wears a bit too much makeup.
Mhm.
She's dealing with an incident with another leader. The leader was assassinated by a night raid of Iran. The Iran aren't really coordinated, so it seems like a strange event. Council is genuinely confused why she's helping him, but he's not very suspicious. He spends the week in her home, and then apparently the person behind the assassination was caught and is on the way to court to be judged, and that's where we stopped.
A separate assassination.
Uh,
Two different assassinations, right?
yes, a newest one.
Correct.
Not of Tarmond.
Correct.
No, Wait, what? No. So
No.
the second one was of Tormund.
Yes, the second one
We
is
believe.
of Tormund.
Right.
The first
so-
one, the Night Iran raid. I'm sorry, the Iran raid was the first assassination that heard about, and then the second one was the Tormund. Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
Yep. And that's it. That's all I got.
Great. So, Captain Revan, you are brought to the, again, large red double doors to the keep of Baroness Lady Margaret. The doors are opened for you by guards, and you are escorted inside. You see the same thing that was described earlier. It is a dimly lit chamber. You have probably not been in here before. Maybe for some occasion you had, like a swearing-in ceremony, something like that. But there's no real reason why you would have been here. There's you can see like tapestries and curtains that are hung over the windows to keep it dimly lit in here. And you see on a slightly elevated platform this Lady Margaret, who is she's a rotund woman, wears too much makeup, but she dresses very masculine. Like wears pants, wears like a button-up shirt, like a vest. But again, entirely too much makeup. And she is sitting in a chair, not a throne. And next to her is a table that has a number of documents atop it. And behind that table, you see a figure who is dressed in strange attire. Kind of a mystique to them. And they wear a mask. You cannot see their face. As you are brought in, Lady Margaret speaks to you. And she says, "So this is him? Is that correct?" She looks to her guards. The guards nod. She says, "You..." She looks down at the piece of paper that was handed to her. "Sir Revan, you did these things that you are being accused of?"
I most certainly did not.
That is what you would say.
It is the truth.
And she looks over her shoulder at the mysterious figure and asks, "What think you of this individual?"
Upon what information was this one brought in?
"We have here," and she takes this piece of paper and slides it across to you. It says on it, essentially the details of what happened, or what is known of Captain Revan. That he transported illegal goods, which contained explosives, which were then planted on this High Jarl, or around this High Jarl in some fashion. This High Jarl is now dead. And there is an eyewitness account of sorts from an Iran scout. She says,
Go ahead.
"You have the information there before you. Judge as you see appropriate. I know what I would do with this level of treason and filth. I want to see if you agree."
My character reads off what's on the sheet, so Captain Revan can hear what he's being accused of specifically. Upon finishing reading, he lowers the paper and stares at the captain. "At what point in this account do you stop agreeing with the events that occurred?"
I stop agreeing after the part where you read my name.
So you are claiming that nothing on this sheet is true.
Yes.
So you did not smuggle illegal goods or explosives or had any dealings with this High Jarl.
Captain, before you answer, please let me remind you not to lie in my presence.
Spencer, I have a character question. When I was in the north, was Tormund the person I met with?
You don't know that.
Oh.
You didn't
Okay.
know the person. You know that the person you met with was a large burly man with heavy scarring and wearing like leathers and furs, but you do not know who it was.
My business and the business of my boys on our ship is not to ask questions. We are in the transportation business, and we did meet with someone in the north. Who he be, that is not for me to judge or to say. What was in his crates that he would have a ship and transport down south, I also cannot say, for it is not of a concern of mine.
You can see how this desire for obscurity places you at a great deal of risk in situations like this.
That may be, comes with the territory.
So I address Lady Margaret. There are two circumstances. One, he is telling the truth, and those orchestrating this event are attempting to remove him from their lives as an obstacle, because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Two, he's lying, and it would be easy to get rid of him, to solve a problem and potentially save future lives. Captain Revan,
Aye.
I imagine this would be a futile question, but do you have many enemies?
No, I don't.
You cannot imagine why someone assassinating the leaders of the people in this region and others would want to get rid of you.
I tend to be one who is well liked in the ports where we land. Why someone would want me out of the picture is not within my grasp.
Can I tell if he's lying?
Sure. Adam, roll whatever appropriate check you think. It's either deception or persuasion. And you, counsel, roll insight.
Rolled an 11. Plus insight.
And you don't have to tell us what you rolled, Captain. You tell us the number, but don't tell us what the stat was.
I got a 14. Are you lying?
I'm sorry, what do you want me to tell you, Spencer? I missed that. You want to know the number or not?
Tell me, Dad, you can say the number.
25.
25? What? Oh, your charisma
He's telling
things.
the
That's
truth.
right.
As far as you can tell.
Lady Margaret, is there any chance that we could get use out of this one?
Ha!
I don't like the sound of that one bit. Not with 2 deaths in the last month. This
Might
does
I
not-
make a suggestion?
No.
Might
This-
we speak with the... Apologies for interrupting. Might we speak with the one who created this report?
Who... The one who handed me the report?
Or whoever wrote this down as the witness?
I could see if the guards could fetch him or her. I'm never quite sure with them. Guards, could you... And she mentions to some guards over by the door. Could you go into the courtyard, see if you can find the Iran that was just here? They right away, madam, and they all kind of go out and they start their search. In the meantime, Lady Margaret kind of looks between the two of you. She settles back in her chair, not entirely like on how I'm sitting in mine. And she looks between council and between Captain Revan. She says, I don't know if this is a plot aimed at Captain Revan, or if this is a plot aimed at the leaders of the free people here on the pillars. The way I see it, my life is in danger.
I agree. I believe your
I-
life is in danger.
Do not know if the murderer is standing before me.
We are at a precipice where we need to decide if getting rid of this man will bring them closer to you or not. And I believe we need to make that decision with enough weight to sleep soundly afterward.
I do not think you understood my point. You think I accuse Captain Revan of being a potential assassin. You have been in my home. You have stated why you came here. Why am I to believe you are who you say you are?
Now there's a good thought. What have ye to say now?
Quiet.
I am not one for games or ploys in such company. You invited me in, and I questioned why you trusted me. I still do. But I have had many opportunities to harm you and to disrupt your affairs in this town. I have done nothing of the sort.
At that time, the guards come back in. They say, "Oh, we weren't able to find the Iran, ma'am. He's nowhere to be found. Probably flew off." She says, "As they often do, I have no choice at this time but to close the borders of Lautus, and those of questionable birthright should be removed. Council, I will give you appropriate time to gather your things. I would appreciate if you would leave. I hope that you understand this is for my safety, and I mean you no ill will."
Your conclusion is entirely logical. And he neatly folds the paper, puts it on the table in front of her, and goes to collect his things.
She takes the paper and just kind of stuffs it. She turns to Captain Revan, says, "Captain Revan, I will have you taken away as well. I have no other words for you. The actions you have taken part in, whether or not you are solely to blame or you acted in accord with others, I cannot say. But
Well, I can say, and the answer is no.
You've interrupted me
Didn't
for the
do
last
these
time.
things.
Guards," and immediately there are 2 guards on either side of you, and they just turn you around and start escorting you out.
And what of my ship?
"I have heard it will be in good hands."
I just grunt and try and struggle away from the guards.
Sure. So yeah, you are escorted out of her keep, and you are kind of again the same crowd that was gathered before you went in is still around, and it's still kind of that mixture of disbelief, of disgust from some, of just like shock and awe, again because they've heard these rumors of what happened. Occasionally there will be, 1 or 2 people in the crowd that are just who knew you previously and say, "Revan, did you do it?"
You know me, and you know these are not things I'm capable of.
Yeah, they're already past you by that point because you're actively like being marched through the town.
Sure.
And they escort you out to the grand elevator. Council, what do you do?
I'm with them, or are we separate?
Did you go and gather your things? Do you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
anything to gather?
I assumed my whatever stuff I brought with my pack and anything that was in the lodgings I had.
Okay.
Yeah, but I go without a fuss.
Okay. You see that they are waiting at the grand elevator with this Captain Revan, and they are waiting for the elevator to come back up on the cantilever. It's currently on its way up from the bottom, and so they're standing and waiting. As you are standing there, or as you, Captain, are standing there, you can look over the edge, like looking down at the the warrens and looking at kind of the grand plank that goes down the side. Which I did misspeak one point. The warrens themselves, so the carved in portion does circle around, but the actual like wooden structure that is on the outside of the Lautus of the island just kind of like zigzags its way up the one side. So there's the ports at the bottom, there's the elevator, and then there is the gangplank, or not the gangplank, the boardwalk that zigzags its way up to the top where the elevator is. You can see that there's something of a commotion down below you as well. Wander, as you are making your way down the boardwalk, you note that there is a considerable amount of excitement around your presence there. But there's also other whispers that you're hearing of malicious activities done by some person or something that you are unaware of. But the town's guard are still behind you, and they are still marching you. Or not, they're not marching you, but they are still tailing you down towards the docks. As you are walking, you're approached by a gentleman who is dressed somewhat regally. If you think of like a Victorian, not Victorian, like an English captain, like jacket with shoulder pads and like many buttons, kind of get up. Dark blue jacket, golden like shoulders, golden buttons. He just kind of sidles up alongside you as you are walking. You notice first he sees you coming, and then as you are going, he just kind of falls into lockstep next to you. And he looks up at you, just trying to see if you are looking down at him at all, or if you are just continuing your march slowly down the planks. Oh, you were muted.
I was muted. Sorry. I glanced at him.
Okay. He looks up and says, "Oi, you headed
Hello.
out of here?"
Well, the guards seem to have encouraged me in that direction, so that's the direction I'm heading for right now, but wasn't actually my intention from the beginning.
Well, I think I got a clean way for you to get out of here, all right? But you're going to have to trust me.
Is this going to get me in too much trouble with the guards? I don't want to cause too much of a fuss.
Not at all. We're actually pretty close with the guards. I think that they'll like this arrangement. They won't have to keep walking after you, all right? So you just keep walking. I'm going to fall back, have a chat. I'll be back.
Thanks.
And he kind of slows his pace back to the point where then he's walking in stride with the town guard, and you just continue on. Over the voice of the sound of the crowd again talking about the malicious actions of this other person, kind of the excitement around your presence being here. It would be hard to hear what they were saying. If you wanted to, you could make a perception check. It'd probably be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
8.
8?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, it's just too much noise. It's probably a good couple minutes go by. You actually reach the end of one of these zigzags, and you turn back to start heading the other way. And as you turn back, you can see that the guards who were once tailing you, they are now walking the opposite direction. They're walking back up the plank. And you can see this gentleman And he rushes, kind of, speed walking up to catch up alongside of you. He says, "All right, well, that got sorted out, right? Name's Stan Rogers. I'll be your escort from here on out. If you just want to follow me, not cause any harm, don't do anything mischievous, I think we'll be all right. Right?
Well, thanks. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Name's Wander Maple.
Nice. You said maple, like
Yeah.
the tree.
Obviously.
Oh, it makes sense. All right. Okay. Captain.
Are you Rogers? Like the Rogers?
Yeah. I think that might have been inappropriate of me. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Well, that's
didn't think of that.
quite all right. I suppose. Have you run into anyone with the last name of Maple before?
Nope. You're definitely the first.
I was just curious if it's a common family name. That would be kind of funny, actually.
No. No. Hune are typically named after places and other people. Not too often we're named after trees.
Jobs too.
Oh yeah. That's more of a polar Hune thing. You have you met many in your travels?
Oh yeah, quite a few actually from up north.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. They tend to take on like carpenter or butcher or whatever. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
No, I was named after me dad.
Oh.
Not maybe a little more exciting, but whatever.
So what do you do? What causes you to have interest in someone like me?
Well, I am the first mate aboard the Nightingale, which is a ship that transports people and things from this isle and the isles around it to... have you ever heard of Zunich Beer?
No.
It's a far-off place. It's safe. They say that your kind are there. I've never met one there before. I've never seen one, but they're apparently there somewhere. We make transport. Yeah. So I'm a first mate. Basically, I'm kind of the nice guy on the ship. The captain's kind of the hard A. I'm the one who makes everybody happy.
Interesting. So the idea is to get me off of the island.
That's correct. It sounds like from some of the rumblings I heard goings on right now that it may not be safe for outsiders such as yourself to be here right now.
Petty squabbles. Petty squabbles. Well,
Petty
best to
squabbles.
avoid trouble, I suppose.
Yeah, name of the game.
Well, where are you headed, by the way?
Right now, like this minute. Or...
No, the ship. The next stop.
Oh, yeah, we're going back. We're going back to Zunich Beer.
Oh, it's straight there.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot between here and there. It's just a lot of open ocean.
Okay. Anything I can do to be of assistance?
We'll talk about it when we gather everybody. All right. We've got some of the. I mean, we have to gather the crew, make sure that they're all set up, that we've got the appropriate gear and the rations for the voyage. And I hear that we're going to be taking on some others in our travels as well. Oh, and we do have to make one stop at Pollux. They have this thing where they release prisoners. We have to go pick up a couple of prisoners. Shouldn't be a big deal.
This sounds like an interesting trip. I'm in.
It's pretty quiet.
Just let me know what you need. Obviously, tall.
If I need something off the top shelf, I'll be sure to ask you. Which you can see, he's actually pretty tall for a Hune. He's probably like an atom amongst like Luca's and Spencer's. Like, good couple inches taller.
An atom amongst men.
Yes. Oh, he called us men, Luca.
Atoms are small.
And they make up everything.
Oh no.
You're not really a vegan, are you?
Okay.
Just kidding.
Yeah, so he...
You're made of vegans.
He continues to walk you down the planks. Felix. You...
Sorry, Spencer, before you
Go
go on,
ahead.
are we supposed to be hearing music or anything at this point?
No, I don't have any music playing at this point.
Okay, I was just curious.
Could you spell Zunic big up?
It's Zunich Bia. That's kind of hard to say with that accent, though. So it's a ZUN space IK space BIYE.
Okay. Thank you. I was way off.
It wasn't doing a good job of pronouncing it.
All good.
Do you have some? Okay. Felix, you go back to the shop, I'm assuming. You were told to meet there that night?
Yep.
Okay.
And let me get my prop now.
Yeah! Hero,
Oh,
was
that's
really
right.
just hoping you were going to pull out a stogie and light it up.
Yeah, there is another thing that he always has on his face, and that's a cigar.
Okay.
As you are walking up to this shop, you actually see another person approach the shop, kind of look from side to side. You can see, I mean, like most of the shops are kind of closed at this point. They're not like open for business. But this person kind of comes up to the shop, looks around, and then like just basically, there's not like a door on the shop or anything. It's just like a piece of fabric over an opening, and he parts it and steps inside. And you start to hear some kind of chatter within.
I'll listen for a few seconds before actually walking in.
Okay. Make me a perception check.
That is not very good. 4.
4? It's
These glasses also affect my hearing.
makes sense. It's hard to make out exactly what they're saying, while the piece of fabric isn't like, it's not going to like stop a bullet or anything like that. It's dense enough to at least dampen some of the sound that's coming out. It's meant to be more of a like privacy thing. So there's a reason that you're not able to hear too much. You do hear the sound of the voice of the female dwarf you were talking to the day before, or that earlier that day, and the sound of a man. But that's it. And they seem to be having a decent conversation. No ill intentions or anything. No harshness that you can pick up on.
And are they still open?
No.
Or is this is night, right? Like
Yeah.
nighttime.
Yep. This is nighttime.
Okay. I'll slip in.
Okay. As soon as you like part the curtain, the speech immediately stops. You can see that the female dwarf, she's now standing behind the little like glass jewelry case where the gentleman was standing the last time you were here. And there is a man with his back to you, which is not the man that you met previously, but a different man, who you immediately recognize as Captain Reichert from your previous, who captained the ship that took you here.
Oh, okay.
And so yeah,
My
the talking stops, and the lady Dwarn looks over at you, and then looks to Captain Reichert, and she says, "Oh well, here he is right now." And Captain Reichert turns around, sees you, and he just says, "Well, what are the odds? That is something. What was your name again?" And he kind of sticks out a hand to shake yours.
Felix, and I shake his hand.
Felix.
It's been a while.
It has. Is this what you came here looking for?
I seem to have found it.
If yes, you have, and he kind of he has a small a pouch on his belt that he unties, and he just kind of hangs it out in front of him, and opens it, and shows it to you, and on the inside you can see like a powdered blue dust. He says, "Is that what the type of thing you're looking for? Or are you looking for something else? Something a little more substantial?"
I'm looking for a stone, not dust.
Well, you see, this used to be a stone. But stones can be made to dust if you crush them up or beat them up a lot.
What are you on about?
What I'm trying to say is, if you'd been more open on your trip here, I could have saved you the journey. What you're looking for comes from where you came from.
And what do you think I'm looking for?
Well, you're looking for the blue stones, aren't you?
That's right.
We need to go back then.
I look over to the lady.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you say you had one? Or is this it, the powder?
I knew that Captain Reichert was going to be coming in later. Or not Captain Reichert, what is she? What's the name? Dang it.
The guy, it is Captain Riker, right?
Yes,
Yeah, it's Captain Reichert.
Boric. Says, I knew that Boric was going to be coming in later. And he usually comes in with a whole flock of different colored stones. So, while he does have the blue one, it looks like it didn't make it in one piece.
And he gets it from where I come from.
Yeah.
Where is this fellow anyway?
Where's what fellow?
Boric.
Oh, well, you're looking at him.
Hey.
And Captain
That's his-
Reichert. Captain Reichert's just like,
Boric Reichert. Okay.
I got loads of names. Every port I stop in, I'm known by a different name. You know how it is. Maybe you don't.
I do.
But that's how it is.
Well then, hasn't this been a misunderstanding?
I'll tell you what. I'm sorry to waste your time. If you go back with us tomorrow, I'll make sure, one, that you're brought there safely. I won't charge you. And on top of that, once we get there, I'll make sure that you get a full stone.
Is he telling the truth?
Make me an insight check.
All right, we're starting off real well.
Another 8.
See, insight is wisdom. So that's a 7.
kind of hard to tell, but he's not giving off any signs that he's lying.
Well, I got no other reason to be here now, so might as well. Appreciate the generosity.
You're mighty welcome. In fact, if you're looking for some place to stay tonight, you could stay either on the boat or you could stay right here. And he motions behind the female Dwarn, who kind of, behind her, there's another curtain, which she then opens up, and it's kind of like a hostel inside. Like, there's some bunks that, like, people can sleep on.
Where have I been staying this whole time? Has it just been like an inn?
Yeah, you've probably been going to, like, different inns. Or sleeping outside.
Just being homeless.
Yeah.
You know, I've already got someplace.
All right. Well,
Appreciate it, though.
we leave tomorrow at dusk. So,
I'll be there.
be there.
The same dock we came in on, right?
Aye, yep. Just look for the nightingale. She's as beautiful as ever. And yeah, we'll come back to you in a bit. All right.
The plot thickens.
As Council and Captain Revan, you are brought down to the base of the elevator. I'm assuming there wasn't much conversation on the way.
No, my character would stand in silence unless spoken to.
I'd want to throw out one question.
Just to the guard.
Where? Yeah.
Okay.
Just addressing the guards. Where be you taking me?
You're leaving this place. We can't keep no rebel like you around.
And what of my ship and her crew?
You heard Lady Margaret? It'll be in good hands.
Does little to instill confidence in me?
Then you should hire better people.
Ah,
Does it feel like I'm being lumped in with him? Like, is it guards me, him, guards? Or is it guards him, guards me?
It's guards him, guards you. You're allowed to stand on the outside.
Okay, so it doesn't feel like I'm a prisoner being taken somewhere.
You're not.
I'm just leaving.
Yes. Yeah. You
Okay.
are not a prisoner, but you are being asked to leave forcefully.
Right. Okay.
and they're escorting me, right? They have a hold of
Yeah.
me.
Well, so you still have manacles on.
Oh, that's right.
And so they're not like escort, like they don't have hands on you the whole time, but they are standing like shoulder to shoulder with you. When you get to the bottom of the grand elevator, you can see that they are escorting you down a dockway, not the same one that the Leviathan is currently at, but at a different dock. Down to, you're passing tons of ships, like dozens along the way of all different sizes, some small, some big. Same reception, just kind of in awe and wonder of Council, just at his mystique, and in shock and questioning of Captain Revan's fate.
Do I see anybody from my crew or any people I recognize as we're going down,
Make me a perception check.
walking from the elevators?
Yeah, make
Sorry?
me perception.
Perception. 17?
17. You don't see anyone from your crew. You do see where the Leviathan is not parked, but
Docked?
docked. Yeah. I don't know the word. Yeah, you see where the Leviathan is docked, so you can see the ship from here. It's on the complete opposite end of the docks, though. So it's
Okay,
understandable
so
that you
nowhere
don't
near us.
see your crew. You can see that there is some commotion on board the Leviathan and like around it, but you don't see. It's hard. You're too far away to be able to like make out explicitly who it is.
Okay.
As you are brought down. Sorry, were you going to say something else?
Um,
Oh.
I would ask one of the guards, just continuing to look forward.
Okay.
Is this one bound for prison or exile?
He's bound for exile. There's murder. I don't know how your people handle it. Murder is one thing. Assassination or murder of a high-ranking official is something entirely different. He will be exiled. He will not be welcome again in human society.
Okay. He just nods.
I've not known your kind to be so quick to judge with so little proof.
Are you talking to the guards?
Yeah, to the guards. Sorry.
They just kind of look at you and say, it's not our place to judge. Lady Margaret has all the evidence that she needs. She makes the judgments. We carry it out. She says you're filth, you're filth. She says you're a king. Yeah, sure, you're a king.
In a world without justice, the innocents should be closely scrutinized.
And who are you to say such a thing? To you, Alex.
We will not know each other for much longer. Perhaps, if that changes, we will speak more.
I hope the opportunity comes.
I turn my mask to regard him with, shadowed features and then just go back to staring forward.
All right. You are both taken down to a ship that on the back side of it you can see says the Nightingale. Currently at the ship you can see that there is another large man, and he is standing next to a tree-looking creature with unique-looking features and no clothes.
Does he have bits, or is he just a tree? Like
genitalia?
Right.
I mean, I assumed that
Does he have a tree dong?
Just a tree. No tree dong.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like a dog being naked.
It's a
It's
Ken
weird because he's with people, but it's a tree. I don't expect a tree to wear clothing.
It doesn't have to be gross. It could be like berries.
It's literally
It's like
a twig and berries.
Berries and like a banana.
The race of the Florn is very
The Torn?
uncommon in these parts, right? Or
Yes.
wait, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
Yeah.
Torn.
they're almost mythological.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So would I assume Revan has never seen one, or would he have seen one in his travels, or?
You've probably never seen one.
Okay.
Same for you, Council.
Yeah, I was just standing for a moment, like, boo.
You can see that he is on the deck of the ship.
Okay.
But you've never seen anything like this before.
Council was on his way to find a different ship with the non-assassin accused on it to like leave the island, but as soon as he sees Wander, he stops and like spins on his heel and goes back to the guard. He's like, "Is this ship bound for somewhere else?"
Yes. As far away as we can send it.
In what direction?
West.
Can do some mental math. Okay. I head toward the ship.
It's cute that you think you had another option anyway.
I stop mid gangplank and just say without turning around. I suppose I should be grateful you have the decency to fear me. And I walk on the ship.
Lady Margaret may have been right. Yeah, so you three are now on the ship.
Okay.
There are a number of workers that are on the ship. Sorry, you asked a question.
Yeah, do the guards stay with us or do they leave?
The guards still stay at the edge of the ship. And it's only because there's a prisoner on board.
Meaning me?
Yeah. If you weren't there, they probably would have just been like, all right, well, here you go, and left.
And are the
Manacles.
manacles? There we go. I kept wanting to say monocle, but I knew that was manacle.
Your
the
manacles.
They give you a monocle.
Are the manacles still on me?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So as they set, go ahead.
I was going to say the last thing before they put you on the ship is they take any of your like personal belongings that they can find.
For all of us?
No, off of specifically Captain Brevin.
Oh no!
Wait, all of my belongings?
So
Everything?
they take a saber, and there is an empty other thing on you that there's nothing inside of.
And so they leave it?
There's nothing there, so there's nothing to take.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay.
It's a secret compartment built into his anatomy.
It's his heart.
The trusted
Well-
meat sleeve.
As I step onto the ship, I want to turn to them and say, when I return here for my ship and my crew, you best see that you are nowhere to be found. And I walk onto the ship.
I don't know why people always find it fun to backtalk to the town guard. As we said, we're just carrying out the will of Lady Margaret. But, oh well. And they continue to just stand there and look at the ship. But from a safe distance. They've like kind of backed up to the edge of the other end of the dock. On the deck of the Nightingale, there are a number of other people that you can see are moving around and doing things. They're mostly just like getting stuff that is on the deck and they're bringing it onto the ship. Ship. Some of them are taking it from on the deck of the ship and then down like into the lower parts, like the storage. And you can see it's a nice ship. It's not as big as the Leviathan. It's bigger than the boat, and well, both boats, both that Wander has been on before and that Council has been on before. This is a decent-sized sailing vessel, but it's not like a galleon or anything.
Is there someone that's obvious, like giving orders, or is obviously the captain?
You can see the same tall gentleman, kind of dressed in the more regal
navy
looking
jacket.
attire. Yeah. The navy jacket. That's a good way of describing it. He seems to be giving out more orders, kind of pointing people around.
I approach.
He turns around. Oh, you spooked me there. What can I do for you?
I bow my head in apologetic respect. It
I wanna
appears
make
I
sure
will
I'm
be.
earshot.
What?
Sorry. I want to make sure I'm within earshot.
Oh,
Go ahead.
it appears I am to be bound on the ship for the journey. I wanted to make my presence known.
Is that what you're doing right now, or?
I tilt my head.
Oh, right. Well, it's great to meet you. I'm Stan Rogers.
It is
Welcome aboard the Nightingale.
it is a certain pleasure, Mr. Rogers. I am known as Counsel.
I am just meeting the people with the strangest names today.
Is Wander still nearby?
Yeah, Wander's just on the deck of the ship, I imagine.
I turn and stare at Wander while speaking to the captain.
First mate.
Where did you find the Torn?
Well, strangely enough, I just found him walking down the gangplank, or not. I keep saying that word. The planks up there, just walking. Right, you can't believe it, can you?
I have. This is a first for me.
It's a bloody first for me too.
And may I ask why he is on the ship? Or am I to assume it is for similar reasons as to... And I slowly look at Captain Revan.
No. As you can see, he's not bound by anything. But he is taking safe passage on this ship. As you may know, from some of the rumblings you've heard around town, maybe you're leaving for the same reasons yourself. But there has been some malicious behavior recently, and outsiders are being asked to leave.
Am I hearing any of this, or do I notice?
Oh yeah, you'd
looking at
probably
me?
hear him. If you want me to make a perception check, you can. The DC is going to be like 5.
Okay, yeah.
So okay, yeah, I was like, if you just want to roll dice, sure. Otherwise, yeah, you're hearing this conversation.
Yeah. So I wander over and insert
You
myself
what
into
over?
the.
Wander.
Yeah.
Do you wander as you wander?
That's not going to be the last time that happens.
Good.
So I wander over. I said, "Yeah, I noticed you having some curiosity about me. Wondering if you had any questions. I'm on a mission of exploration. So if you have questions about me, you could ask them, and perhaps I could ask some questions about you."
The questions I have for you, dear creature, go far beyond the time we have at this moment. Perhaps we can speak once the air has settled.
He kind of looks up and is like, strange folk.
As he's looking around, Wander not Wander, Council kind of like a head nudges towards Revan and the shackles, kind of. Anyway. Yeah, with that, Council bows and goes to find somewhere to watch.
Well, on the deck of the ship.
Yes.
Okay. So you can it's a pretty typical what you think of a ship, like a main deck, and then there are 2 elevated sides to it.
Mhm.
There's the fore, not mast, fore deck and the aft deck. Aft is where the not steering wheel. Oh my gosh, I can't think of words.
The wheel.
The ship wheel.
Yeah, where the wheel is. It has a name.
The helm.
The helm, sure. Yeah, that, where that is.
This is why we need to play more of that pirate game.
Yep, Sea of Thieves. We're going to start playing.
Learn our boat words.
It's going to come in handy.
Oh yeah.
You can see that there is also underneath both of those there are 2 sets of doors, as well as there are stairs that lead further down into the ship.
Okay.
And actually, let me pull up something to show you. just so you have an idea of what it is. Oh no. What happened? I closed it. Sorry. I will need to open up Roll20. Because I've got the ship all laid out.
Cool.
And I'll share that with you guys. Okay. So the gentleman who introduced himself as Stan turns to the three of you who've just come onto the ship, and he says, Captain's supposed to be arriving later. As soon as he does, we'll take off into the sunset. We've got about one more stop on the way to pick up some additional cargo, and then we will be on our way. Any questions?
I have a question for you. I'm on your ship now. What of these?
Oh, I'll let the captain speak to that.
What is the name of our destination?
We are headed to Zunich Beer.
Does that ring a bell to me? Do I know anything about that?
Make me an intelligence check. Just straight intelligence.
Straight intelligence.
Or you could make me a history check. I'll give you a history.
History?
Sure.
Yes. That's what my gooden is. Plus 4, 17, 21.
21?
Yes.
It sounds familiar. If you recall, it's a specifically hewn word for the Western continent.
Oh. As in where I know where most of the Torn are?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Yeah. Council is happy about that.
Spencer, we say the name of that destination once more, please.
Zunich Beer. Do you need me to spell it again?
No. Thank you, though.
Let me share. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
There we go. Share my screen. I'm going to share that one.
Water Street. Hey, look at that ship.
Yeah, so you can see here, and sorry, I'm gonna be looking at my different monitor now. There's kind of the main deck of the ship that is here. There's the fore and aft decks, and then if you wanted to explore the ship, there is more.
Okay.
Stan says, we'll just be waiting here until Captain arrives, and then we'll be taking off. Once we're out at sea, I'll show you to your quarters. Until then, feel free to just stay around. But please do try to stay out of the way.
All right.
Thank you. Anything else you guys want to do?
No,
Not until the captain arrives.
I watch.
Okay. For the better part of the day, you guys, when you arrive on the ship, it's probably noon, and it is another good 4 or so hours before the captain arrives. When you see him walk up, he's dressed actually fairly similarly to Captain Revan.
Okay.
Trench coat, undershirt, got the tri-corner hat.
Okay.
Very traditional pirate-esque, if you think of what if you just close your eyes, think pirate, that's what he looks like. The only difference is he's got kind of like a big Luca beard. Some of which is in braids.
Okay.
And he arrives on the ship. He walks down the plank. And he pauses as he walks onto his ship. And he calls over Stan. You hear him. Stan, get over here. Stan walks over. And he leans into Stan and kind of whispers some things to him. Stan nods his head. If anybody wants to try to whisper in, you can certainly try. Or not whisper in, listen in.
Listening.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Make me a perception check. Maybe a disadvantage check with perception.
Disadvantage check.
I rolled
19.
very low.
15
19.
plus 4. 19 as well.
19. So you both hear the captain of the ship lean in and whisper to Mr. Rogers, which is not intentional.
We're in the neighborhood.
Oh no. He says, is this who you found for the voyage? This is who's supposed to be here? And Stan says, I kept, I know it's kind of strange, lot, especially the tree fella, but it's what we got. He says, all right, I'm going to go have a word with our prisoner. And he steps away from Stan and begins walking towards you and says, gentlemen, gentle tree, welcome aboard my ship. You, and he points at Captain Rubin. He says, I'd like to see you in my quarters. And he kind of like puts his hand on your back and pushes you / walks with you towards his quarters, which is at it's number 3 here at this end of the ship.
Okay. I walk with him, but I give like a noticeable shake off of his hand.
Okay. So he brings you here. This is him. He brings you into his quarters. And he closes the door behind him. And he says, so, you're going by Captain now.
Aye. Should I be going by something else?
I just didn't know that you had your own ship.
Ha! You've not heard of the Leviathan?
I'd not. I've been out and about. You have no idea who I am, do you?
Do I recognize this person?
Make me a wisdom check. Make me a history check.
Does it look like
Oh, crap.
I would be able to hear through this door? Are there any open windows?
You could try if you wanted to go up and like, yeah, if you wanted to sneak over here and listen to it.
Yeah, I just kind of want to look like I'm walking around and lean against the wall.
Okay. Make me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh,
You're listening
jeez.
to a solid wooden door.
Oh, him, not me.
Well, that's an 11. Oh, 19. 11 plus 4, 15.
You're able to hear at least the tone of the conversation. The tone is friendly.
Okay.
Wander sees counsel go over there and thinks perhaps he's open to a conversation now. So follows him over and just starts a conversation. And he said, so earlier you said perhaps we could chat more about our history and various informations about ourselves. I was wondering if now would be a good time.
Yeah, council absolutely talks to Wanda about that sort of thing.
Do you guys want to act that out, or?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I have so many questions, but I don't want to leave Luca out for the whole session. I was waiting till later so we actually do it.
Fine. Do it. Do your thing.
Okay. A word of choice struck me during your introduction. You said you were on an exploration mission.
Well, I suppose mission might be a bit glamorous, perhaps. I'm just curious, and most of my people aren't. So I decided to venture out and see how much information I could gather. My people generally don't leave where they are; they like to stay there. And I was curious about the outside world and thought perhaps it would be valuable to know who else was out there in case we needed help or someone needed help from us, or just to kind of know what benefits and dangers are out in the world.
I, for one, am grateful for your curiosity, for it has granted me the opportunity to speak to a creature many view as mythological.
I've run across that. People think we aren't real, which is strange being what I am, but I suppose it makes sense.
Understandable.
So
And this desire to aid others, is that also unique to you?
I think so. I think most of the I don't know if they're not going to go all of their way to help or hurt someone else, but that's mostly just because they never run across anyone else. They keep to themselves so much.
Much like a plant or a tree.
Indeed.
So what do you hope to gain from this journey?
I hope to gain wisdom about what else is out there. Perhaps allow my people to advance, if you will. We have a spoken language. We don't have a written language, so to speak. I've been fascinated by written languages, but I've made a little bit of progress, not a ton. A lot of not much. What's the word? History, remembering of things from the past. And I was hoping to change that for both my people and my people's knowledge of other people's.
I take it this feeling of responsibility for your people is also unique to you.
I wouldn't say that quite so much. My people care about each other very, very deeply, but in an independent way. We care about each other, but we care about each other's independence and privacy just as much as anything else, I suppose.
He seems to be internalizing everything, taking mental notes.
So you have a very curious structure around your face. I can't say as I've run across a species with that particular type of external bone structure, if you will.
It is a mask. It is something I wear out of choice.
Interesting. And it doesn't restrict your vision at all?
Fortunately, no. I have grown accustomed to it.
Fascinating. Is that to protect your face from bugs or swords or?
In a lesser extent, yes. To a greater extent, it's to protect my reputation from the interpretations of the different.
I'm not sure if I'm.
Perilous is that which cannot be predicted, Wanda.
I'm definitely not following that, but that's usual for me. There's so many cultural items I really don't understand. How did you end up on the boat?
A wise person knows when to circumvent a troubling situation. I am leaving the island, for I sense a widespread trouble.
Hmm.
But I fear a certain presence on this ship will bring us into it regardless.
My tale is simpler. I simply got kicked off.
I assume your presence was causing a bit of a disturbance.
It was, I thought perhaps in a big city where people were used to different travelers coming through, it wouldn't be quite so much. Of course, in other hewn settlements that I've been introduced to, the usual terror, screaming, running away, yelling.
The council face palms. The most ancient fear is that of the unknown. I do not blame them for their reluctance.
Big words. A lot of big words.
Ah,
Well, it should be an interesting boat ride, I suppose. We'll have more conversations. I'd like to hear about father and things like that.
agreed. I look forward to learning more about how your people function.
All right. Inside the cabin, Captain Reichert. What did you roll, Adam? Or Captain Ryan? Sorry.
Incredible. I don't even remember. It was under 10, so not high.
So yeah, you don't recognize him.
9.
We sailed together once. For a very long time. Under the same mentor. You may have known me by Richard then. And now that he says that, well, I guess we'll wait for Adam to be done getting his 5-course meal here. Jeez.
It's a salad and pizza and a glass of water and some sauce to dip the crust in. Thanks, guys. Love you.
So now that he says who or where you should know him from, and he said his name, you do recognize at least those details about him. He was on the same ship that you grew up on, and was under the same captain.
Under Kreia.
Yep. He says, "How on earth did you find yourself in this situation?"
Well, when I left after watching Kreia be executed in front of me, I went off and got my own ship.
Aye.
I got myself a crew and entered the world of transportation. Now, we make it our business to not ask a lot of questions. So this recent delivery was north. When we offloaded, we took some crates on and we sailed back south. When we made port, I was arrested, accused of murder of a Jarl in the north, and brought to your ship.
I'd heard about that.
Now, you knew me for quite some time, and maybe we haven't seen each other in years, but does this seem like something I'd be capable of?
No. But watching people die in front of you changes a person.
Aye.
Well, as long as you're on my ship, you'll be fine. I'm going to treat you like crap for a little while, just so that it doesn't look like you're getting any special privilege. But you'll be all right.
And what of these?
You're crap, remember? And he opens the door.
I will remember this.
He steps
Can you
out.
tell me where you're taking us? Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Just as we're walking to the door, can you tell me where our final destination be?
We're headed to Zunich Bia, the far continent.
And is that where I'll be getting off?
That's where we'll all be getting off.
Do I
I'll
know
keep making
this?
these trips, but that's where you're going to be deposited, at least.
Do I know that place by name?
Make me, just straight intelligence check.
Rolling like poop.
Well, actually, no. So
Um,
you're hewn. You would know that's like the hewn word for the Western continent.
Oh, okay. So I would know that I assume is quite a ways by sea.
Yes.
A pretty long voyage.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's about a 3-week journey.
I love the dude with the mutton chops on the second ship level on the left side.
This guy.
Yes.
Yes. All of this artwork is stolen, by the way.
Of course. I mean, it's D&D. That's what we do.
I'll attribute.
Except for the ones
if I
of
ever get
us that
famous.
you drew.
Yeah, minus the ones that I drew. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he has to go to. Oh, sorry. Unless you want to talk.
Yeah, if I can do one more question here. Do you know what's to happen to my ship and her crew?
Someone said something about Hans. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be taken care of.
Yeah, Mr. Hans, my first mate, is a good man. He's been with me for a long time.
Same with Mr. Rogers. He's been here with me many years. Like family.
Aren't we always when we're out at sea?
It's the only thing we've got.
Aye.
Takes you back out. And then kind of addresses everybody who's on deck at that point. Which you do see most of the people in this picture are on deck. There are a pair of 3 folks who are all redheaded standing next to each other over by these far doors. There is a larger gentleman with a long, again, Luca-esque, but times like 2 beard. That's kind of like in ponytail chunks down to about his belly button.
Wow.
There is...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's an older gentleman with white hair, kind of like the Bozo the Clown, like horseshoe thing going on. Tons of facial scarring. You can actually see that one of his eyes is permanently closed just from the scarring that's over it. And on the same side of his face, he actually has some metal work that's coming out above his jaw and loops underneath into his jaw, and his mouth is wired shut.
Wow.
And there is another gentleman, much burlier. He's been doing a lot of the like shot calling you've seen as far as like where the items on the ship are supposed to be going. He's younger looking, but still has stark white hair, with also a big kind of burly white beard. And then there is just an absolute mountain of a man who is darker skinned, has a very clean cut beard, clean shaven head, and who has said nothing up to this point, but who has taken instructions very well and can lift like 3 barrels at a time. They're kind of all on the deck at this point. Oh, sorry. And there is, you can see, if you look up in the crow's nest, there's a younger looking gentleman. Doesn't have any kind of beard, kind of has like a Justin Bieber haircut thing going on, like old Justin Bieber. And everyone's on the deck at this point, and the captain addresses them and says, "All right, crew, these folks are our passengers. I'm sure you've met the others who arrived earlier today. They're taking some time getting used to their new reality here. They'll be in their bunk for a while. We'll try not to disturb them too much. We're waiting on one more. Should be arriving any minute. As soon as last one arrives, we'll be taking off. Felix, how much time do you take to get there?
I'm not too late.
Okay.
I like to say like probably an hour before dusk.
Okay. So maybe an hour more. It is fall, so the days are getting shorter. When you arrive, you see this group of people. Most of the actual crew of the ship have gone back to their separate duties, doing whatever they're supposed to be doing. But you arrive and you see this ragtag group of people before you. Captain Reichert, who you are familiar with, as well as one or two other gentlemen who are standing on board the ship.
I just hop aboard. I approach Captain Reichert. Say, ready for journey. And you know, I'm a pretty good mechanic. So if you need anything done, you let me know, okay?
Will do. Absolutely. We actually may have use of you. I'll let you know about that, for sure. I wish you would have told me that the first time as well.
I have my reasons.
Stop streaming now. He then, again, calls the rest of the crew up onto the deck. And he says, welcome aboard again, the Nightingale. We are outset as soon as I'm done talking, and we'll be headed for the western side of the world. This will be about a 3-week journey. Are there any questions?
Are you paid for these trips?
You can see him kind of glance out towards the town guard and then back at you. And he says, we make modest wages.
It is a long journey and a large risk to do this without proper compensation. I was curious.
Understandable. Anything else? And you see now a gentleman who you have not met before. Clean shaven head, not down to the scalp or anything, but very short trimmed, high widow's peak, with just like a 5 o'clock shadow. Step up. He says, Captain, should we not be having some introductions? At which point, Captain Reichert says, oh, that's a very good point. Actually, some of you, I don't know who you are yet, so it'd be nice if you'd introduce yourselves to me. I'll go first. I am Captain Reichert. You may call me Captain. You may call me Reichert. I don't really care. It's all a formality anyway. I am the captain of this ship. Mostly, I stand behind the wheel and turn it. And when something's on fire, I'm the one who tells people to put it out. Stan, why don't you go? Stan Rogers, the gentleman who's dressed in the blue with the nice, the English, steps forward and says, name's Stan Rogers. I'm the first mate aboard the Nightingale. I make sure everyone stays happy. Should you need anything, if accommodations are lacking, please let me know. Also, it's great to have you here. That's all. Thanks. Woody, how about you? The gentleman with the wooden hair, Woody. With the white hair and the big fluffy white beard, steps forward. Says,
When the name Woody is put forth, Wander takes a hesitant half a step forward and sees someone else come forward and takes a step back.
I thought you meant you.
no. Oh, man. No, the gentleman with the white steps forward. Says, my name is Woody. Woody Guthrie. I am the bosun. I repair ship. Thank you. Thanks you, Woody. Ralph, how about you? And the younger gentleman from up in the crow's nest calls down. He says, nice to meet you. I'm Ralph. Ralph Patel. I'm kind of new to the ship, but I've been raised on the ocean, so this is the only life I've known. I'm the barrelman. Mostly, I look at the horizon and tell Captain if we're getting close to land or not. Right, good. Then just kind of gestures down the line so he doesn't have to keep calling on people. Mm-hmm. Which the first of these three redheaded people steps forward, and it is the guy with the mutton chops. He says, "Oi, name's Tim Curry. Not that Tim Curry. Again, not intentional. Just part of the crew, here to do whatever I'm told to do. This here's me brother Tom. The smaller gentleman next to him says, hi. And he says, and the young lass next to him is his twin sister, my younger sister, Tan. Name's Tony, goes by Tan. And she says, aye. Says, we're the Currys. The gentleman who was up on the aft deck of the ship, who asked for the introductions at first, leans over the railing and he says, my name's Ronnie Drew. You can call me Ronnie or Mr. Drew. I'm the quartermaster. The larger gentleman with the long beard in ponytailed sections steps forward. You can see he's got an apron on and it's got stains on it. Says, hello, I'm Ed. Ed Cutler. I am the cook.
That's Swedish chef.
I'm not Swedish.
Guys, I gotta go.
Bye. The gentleman with the facial scarring and the clenched jaw steps forward. He says, you can call me Old Tim. I'm the surgeon. Yes, I did this myself. And Captain then says, all right, that about sums it up. Last is Kerry. You won't hear him introducing himself. Doesn't speak at all. Stood too close to an explosion. Lost his hearing. Chooses not to speak.
Carrie?
Kerry.
Okay.
He is the master gunner aboard the ship. If something needs to go boom, he's the one to tell you how to do it. In his own special way. And Carrie just kind of nods. Please introduce yourselves. Let's start with you, one behind the mask.
I am known as Council. I look forward to learning more about all of you.
Where do you hail from, Council?
Far to the east.
All right. Thank you. How about you, scoundrel in the chains? And he points at you, Captain Revan.
I be Captain Raven, and I don't want you calling me a scoundrel.
Duly noted. All right. You, short fella.
It's Felix. I'm just a traveling researcher.
All right.
Is he a hoon? Hoon?
Dorn.
What is that?
Chasm Dorn. So he's got
Dorn,
dark
that's right.
skin. Yeah.
It's like pitch black skin, isn't it?
There's
Or
a
just
range.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a range. It's either like really pale because you've never seen the sun, or like pitch black.
Okay. Dipped in lava when you were born.
Right. Right. And you, large fella. Pointing at Wander.
Oh, Wander Maple is my name. Previous question about that. It is like the tree. I'm tall.
You can hear from the three redheads on the other side of the ship as some kind of chuckles.
Very tall. If you need anything from a height and don't care to climb, I can attempt to reach it for you.
Right. Let's set off then. We've got a couple of days before we get to Pollux. Crew, to your places. And the crew then just kind of goes to their various locations around the ship. And Captain Reichert goes up to behind the wheel and begins kind of talking with Ronnie Drew, the quartermaster. And they're just talking kind of about nautical stuff, like how are winds looking, with the weather like, how is it going? Are we on time to be able to make it to Pollux?
Did I see anything like a gallows or a guillotine in the city?
In the city? No.
Like, okay. Okay.
No, you didn't.
That's it.
All right. You guys sail off towards Pollux.
Okay.
As you make your way south, which you notice that you take off at dusk, and most of the time that this crew is traveling, at least in these first 2 days, is at nighttime. Which, for those of you who have traveled a bit, that's not too unheard of, just due to the nature of this world. They do try to stagger a little bit, so that at least like someone's always awake on deck of the ship. But the crew is mostly awake at nighttime.
From casual conversation, knowing that the world is more dangerous during the day, that obviously applies to the ocean as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You could probably surmise that.
Right.
Okay.
Is there any
Also-
conversation that we'd like to have happen, or go ahead?
I mean, my goal is to make sure Luca doesn't play tonight.
Yeah.
We can,
Council wants to know why people are, if people being banished is common. Maybe not through direct conversation, or maybe he'll talk with the first mate or something, but it takes a lot of resources and time to bring someone from here to another continent when there are other means of punishment, mainly like death and rehabilitation and things like that, imprisonment. So he's trying to figure out, why does this happen?
Who would he like to talk to about that?
I mean, if the captain's not busy, he would deem him as the one with the most information. Although he did have that weird reaction when asked about compensation. I'm gonna go with the first mate.
Okay. While you are sailing, are you doing this at nighttime, or are you doing this?
Whenever he's free,
Okay.
and people are awake.
Sure. So during the first night's travel, you approach Stan Rogers and ask him about this, and he just says it. Actually, it's not normal to banish folks. Only when they've done something really, really, really bad. In the time that I've been aboard this ship, we have maybe once a year taken someone from here to the far continent. So it's not terribly common. There is actually an entire island that the Hune use as a prison. And that's where we're headed now, is to go there and to pick up additional people who are outside of the bounds of saving and are being banished further than being locked away.
I suppose it would make sense to deem exile as close enough to death as possible without getting your hands dirty. Not you specifically.
Right. Yeah, I think it's about exactly what you said. Out of sight, out of mind. Take this problem, put it over there.
I'm beginning to wonder if I got on the wrong ship, but it is too late for that decision to be changed now.
Where else would you have gone?
North?
I figure they've probably got problems of their own right now, having just lost their High Jarl. There's bound to be a bit of turmoil.
That is precisely why I was interested. But that is neither here nor there. I appreciate your time.
All right. That's fine. I didn't have any questions for you anyway. And he goes back to doing what he was doing.
Council does his best to volunteer as little information as possible.
You have no further use to me.
Exactly.
How's it feel now?
It's fine. How does better hands feel? Or good hands feel?
Good hand.
Really good hands.
I still don't think Adam has understood that you were throwing that pun back at him this whole time.
Yeah, I totally missed it at the beginning until it came back later. Good hands. I kept missing it, and you said it a couple times. Yeah.
Anyone else have conversations?
So Felix is mostly keeping to himself.
Okay.
Basically, he goes straight back to where he stayed on his previous trip, like
Sure.
whatever hammock or whatever. And he's like,
Let me share my screen.
sometimes he's tinkering with some like mechanical things, like little metallic trinkets and such. And other times he is like carving things into like a white material, like a white hard material.
Okay. They do explain to you before the end of the first night, when people are starting to go to sleep, there are a number of guest cabins here that will need to be shared. Essentially, in these spots that say 4. I'll move Felix. 1, 2, 3. These are the guest cabins, and each has essentially just a bunk, or like a bunk bed. So 2 people can sleep per cabin.
I'll do everything in my power to bunk with either Wander or Felix.
Okay. Wander, would you like to pick a bunk?
Yeah, council is fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay. Just because of the nature of the room, you would probably take this one. It's a little bit bigger. It's a 3 square space as opposed to a 2 square space. And because you're just a little bit lankier and longer than the average human being, you might like having a little bit more space. To take that one. Council goes in there with you. Captain, would you prefer to go in the room with Felix or in this bunk that's currently unoccupied?
The unoccupied bunk.
All right.
I'd prefer the captain's quarters, actually.
Mutiny!
Not yet. Give it time at least. Jeez. So we're 2 hours in. Do we want to take a break real quick?
Yes, please.
Yeah, sure.
And then we'll just end right after that so Luca doesn't get to play?
Yep.
Sweet.
I was only here to watch. You guys are doing great.
All right. I'm going to put up our break page.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got some, I
And
got
we're
some ready.
back.
Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, the munchies provided by Mrs. Davidson is just delightful. So good. Such a treat. I have one piece of each thing after every meal. It's lovely.
Yum.
Such
Spencer
restraint.
was, Spencer was nice enough to drop us off a holiday platter that was devoured in basically 48 hours.
Right.
Nice.
It was
When it
As
first,
it should be.
when Brittany first brought it back to the counter, I was like, "Oh, it has the fudge in it," and then Owen's like, "Fudge?" I'm like,
Oh,
no.
no. I've made a horrible mistake.
Keep forgetting how much he can understand now.
Mm-hmm.
He's becoming people.
True.
He is people, very emotional people at this point.
Also
Yeah, my
true.
niece and nephew are growing up very quickly. It's interesting.
Yeah, you guys missed the magic trick where I turned my camera off with a cute child and turned it back on with a child no longer here because I took this pencil out of her hand and she did not appreciate that and threw herself to the ground crying.
What kind of father are you?
Is that why the window's open?
Just shot put her outside.
That's definitely from Lucas' constant flatulence.
Terrible, terrible twos and terrible toots.
Easily.
We got going on in this house.
Deadly combination.
Both my kids went through the phase where if they saw a writing utensil that was not in their hands, they would freak out until it was.
Mm.
Mine.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Ready to jump back in. The crew and passengers are on the ship. They're sailing for Pollux. It takes a better part of 2 days to get there. You arrive on the morning of the third day. As you are approaching Pollux, first you passed another one of the pillars, one of these islands. It was very far away, but you were still able to see it jutting out of the water. And as you approach Pollux, you hardly see anything at all. It looks like suddenly there is just land there. Because of how low it is in the water. This island, just as a refresher, does not get more than like a few feet above sea level at any point. So at times of the year, it does just flood entirely. As you come up to this isle, you are probably all actually either asleep or just maybe getting ready to go to sleep or getting ready to wake up, depending on your sleep cycles. But you pull up to a deck, essentially, or like another port, and you wait. Is anyone not sleeping?
My sleep
What time
cycle
is it?
would match that of the crew.
Your sleep
Since
would
I'm-
match the crew?
Yeah, since I live on the sea essentially,
Sure.
or on a ship on the sea.
Okay.
Felix is up at night
Yeah,
because
so
he likes the dark.
this is probably like 6 in the morning, like very, very early. Maybe not early for Read Naturally, but
I think Council would be awake and doing his daily ruminations. Yeah.
okay.
Would there
Felix
be
is getting ready to go to bed.
would there be an expectation for the passengers to be asleep at night and awake during the day to kind of stay out of the way of the crew, or is there any?
So up to this point, they haven't really set any expectations for the passengers. It's just been like, yep, you're here. It is our job to get you from point A to point B. If you could stay out of the way, that's great. If you want to chat or you want to talk with us, that's fine. Yeah.
If the sun's out, Wander would be out. He's
Sun's
gonna.
out, guns out.
Sun's out, photosynthesizing guns out.
Okay. So then you might just be waking up at this point. The sun is rising on the like northeastern horizon. So yeah, those of you who are still awake, either you're like council maybe on the tail end of going to sleep. Wander, you're just waking up. Captain Revan, you're also probably getting close to going to sleep. And Felix, you are probably also getting close to going to sleep. You dock at this port, and the first mate, Stan Rogers, he just kind of knocks on each of your doors and pokes his head in, and just says, if you could just stay inside, that'd be great. Thanks. And he closes the door again.
I sit with my back against the door to listen, and I hold my weapon in my hand.
Okay.
We're below deck, right?
Yes. Yes.
Our quarters.
The guest quarters are below deck. They're technically like they're the first deck down. So there's the main deck, then there's like the first below deck, which is where the guest quarters are on one end, and there is the privy is on the other end of the ship on that deck, as well as just like a storage closet.
Am I still in manacles?
To this point, yes.
When I hear that Rogers has kind of wandered off, I'd like to leave the room and go not up on the deck, but towards wherever the steps up or ladder or whatever it is, and just try and keep a listen as to what's going on, or maybe try and peek through. If
So
it's a hatch or something.
Okay. Down. So on this level of the ship, there is a section like right in the middle of the ship that's just like covered by a grate, essentially. So you could look up and hear through that pretty easily, or you could go to the stairwell and try to listen up.
Yeah, I'll just walk to where the grate is.
Okay. You just go and kind of hang out under the grate.
Yeah.
Birdman. You are awoken by the sound of metal on metal as one of the prison guards essentially like just has like a cup in his hand and he starts banging it on your bars. And he pokes his head in and just says, "All right, time to get up. You're out." And he begins to unlock your cell.
He says, "Get up or get out."
He says, "Get up.
Oh,
You're out."
Get up. You're out. Okay, he would stand.
Okay. Yeah. So not this guard, but two other guards come into the cell. And basically they just like wait for you to like do the normal morning routine of like, all right, I'm like, take me with you kind of thing.
Sure. Yeah, I would kind of put my hands out, but like less in like a submissive do what you want and more like a I'm getting out.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. Sure. They notice, but they don't really care because you're not their problem anymore, basically. They escort you through the main halls of this prison that you're in, where you can see most of the other inmates are still asleep, like on their cots or on the floor or just various places around their own cells. But you can see each of them as you pass by.
I would be consciously looking in each of the cells, trying to make eye contact with anyone that I might see awake.
Okay. You do notice on the other side, so think of like traditional prison, right, where it's like a big ring essentially, and it's cells all the way around. On the opposite side from where you are being escorted down the other side, there is a female who is also being escorted out.
Do I recognize her at all?
You've probably seen her around. There are a lot of prisoners here, but you might recognize her.
Okay, so it's a co-ed prison.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's co-ed, co-racial, co-everything.
Sure.
They don't. This is an equal opportunity prison.
Perfect. So do you need me to roll or like,
No.
I recognize her?
You are just being escorted out at
I'm
the
saying
same time. No.
Yeah, I'm saying recognize her. Like, who would I know who she is offhand? I guess.
If you want to, see if you know anything else about her. If it's just purely recognize her, no, you recognize her. You've seen her before here.
Okay. Would I have interacted with her by any chance?
Make me a charisma check.
Oh. 13?
13?
Yeah.
You may have had some words. The prisoners here don't get a lot of opportunity to talk to one another. Really, the only interactions you have are in the mess hall. And those often ended up in brawls. So, any amount of talking you may have done with her was probably short-lived.
Okay. Yeah, I would keep walking, I guess.
Okay.
I would ask, probably the closer we get to like what seems like the exit, essentially, I would ask them, where are you taking me?
You're getting out of here. There'll be a boat waiting for you. And you're to get on that boat. And you're to stay on that boat. And from that point, we don't care. Whether you choose to die at sea, whether you choose to take your new life, whatever. You're not our problem.
Why me?
Because you are exactly that. A problem. No one here is innocent. But you especially have been a pain.
Thought we were having fun.
Doesn't say anything. Just walks in silence next to you, basically.
I would say nothing else.
Before they get to the actual doors of the prison, they do attempt to put on manacles on you.
I wouldn't let them.
Okay.
I would fight them off. Not like fist fight, but I would like, they just told me I'm having a new life. I'm not getting back in the shackles.
Okay. Yeah, make me a strength check. You could either actually make me an acrobatics or an athletics check.
Okay. 24?
All right. Yeah, they go to put the manacles on you, and you just like shake them off every time. Like, you're very slippery, and they're not able to get them on to you. And eventually, they just end up giving up in frustration.
I would tell them, new life, no shackle.
The guard who you were speaking to previously, he grabs you by the beak and pulls you in close. Says, "This is what I'm talking about. You're a problem." And just kind of shoves you by the face away.
He grins.
We should have titled the session "The Defiant Poultry."
Yeah, he takes you to the door. You see that the female, she is shackled. Um, she was much more open to it. And essentially they then march next to you out of this prison across this now open rock where you can see just from like the early morning sun and the heat of the island itself, there is a fair amount of like steam that is coming up off the ground, which you don't normally see. Normally when you're brought out, the sun's already fully up and it's hot. So this is kind of a new thing for you. You've never seen this here. But they bring you out, and you can see that there is a ship that is docked, waiting. And they march you all the way to it. One of the other guards that wasn't previously talking to you, just kind of trying to not have awkward silence, asks, do you have any plans? Now that
Plan.
you're
What?
out of here.
What mean plan?
Now that a plan is it's something you're going to do tomorrow.
Sleep. Eat. Fight. Those things. I will do those things.
It sounds
that-
like
is
prison
that-
was the life for you.
Yes. Yes. I will take new life and make great story out of new life.
They saying good night. Adorable. Takes you out to the dock, where there is two gentlemen waiting. You don't know them as it yet, but it is the first mate and the captain of the Nightingale. They're waiting. When they walk up, Captain Reichert says to the guards, really two this time. That's at least one more than every other time. And the guards say, more trouble than previous. Your problem now. And he hands you off essentially to Captain Reichert and to First Mate Rogers. I'm gonna stop calling him Mr. Rogers.
As before the guards would leave, I would look to the one that just asked me what my plan was, and I would look him in the eye and tell him, "Tell others of my tale on Pollux."
He's just kind of like, oh, all right. Why?
Glory,
Do you mean other prisoners?
whoever. My story needs to be told.
You are a strange one. And meanwhile, the woman has just stayed silent this entire time. She's just very compliant.
Yeah, I would like kind of shoot her a look just before kind of getting handed over. Kind of, we should talk type.
Okay.
I guess. Not, you know what I mean? Like make eye contact. Like we should probably touch base type thing.
These guys are right.
Or these nerds.
Okay. Sure. She sees it, but then just kind of like looks away and pretends like she didn't see it. And just continues going along with what the guards tell her to do.
Sure.
And you are brought to or aboard the ship. Once you're aboard, the captain explains, says, This is the Nightingale, and you are prisoners for the time being. Prisoners for the time being. You'll be coming with us. Should you need anything, we're fairly accommodating. Do you know what that
Fair.
word means, accommodating?
No.
It means we're friendly.
Oh, okay.
And the
You-
woman
you-
just nods her head.
Where are we going?
We're going far, far away from here. West. Do you know directions?
I know. Up, down, left. Right?
If where we are right now, if you look at the sun, we're
I don't
going-
have children.
If you look at the ball of fire in the sky, we're going left and behind us.
Would he know that that's like the opposite direction of the nest? Based on what he just, because it is, right? Because the nest is east.
Go ahead and make me either a survival or nature check.
I'll do survival.
Okay.
23.
23? Yeah.
Jeez,
I've been rolling so well.
we're level 1.
I rolled a 17. I have a +5 to survival.
Wow.
Yeah, you know that is the opposite of the nest.
Okay.
All right. I'll show you to your bunks.
And before we leave, I would tell him, I guess I would ask the captain, say, I would point to her shackles and say, can we remove?
He looks back to see if the other guards have like walked away at this point. And if you look back and see the guards have turned and they've started to walk back towards the prison, and the first mate is kind of like bringing in the gangplank so that you guys can take off into the sea again. He just looks between the two of you and says, in due time. Not this very minute. Let's at least get out to where there's no prying eyes. And then, absolutely.
Thank you.
The woman kind of like shoots you a, I don't know what that was about, but thank you kind of look.
Sure.
And Captain Reichert takes you back to the same bunks where Captain Revan and where Felix are. But Captain Revan, you are not in your bunk unless you headed back once you heard them coming.
Yeah, so was I, from where I was I able to hear what they were talking about on deck?
Make me a perception check.
I'm going to assume I didn't because I was behind my door.
Yeah, being downstairs, you wouldn't have heard it.
Okay. Just want to listen for anything in the hallway.
Okay.
18.
18. You were probably able to hear a decent amount of it, actually. Not everything, but you gathered that there are now a couple other people on ship. One of them seems to have a strange accent. They're asking questions and being shown around the ship.
So could I see very much?
From where you are looking up through the grates, you might be able to like see their silhouettes against the morning sky, but that's about it.
Okay. Sorry, one quick second.
Sure. Now that they're coming downstairs, Are you still there, or did you head back to your bunk?
I'll just hang out about in the area where our bunks are.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, not going directly back, but not up on the main deck, just hanging out below deck there.
Sure. Then, as they bring you these two new folks back, you, Birdman, can see that there are basically these two rooms that are being shown to you. Since this one is currently vacant, the female, she goes in there, assuming that it will be more private, leaving then this room open to you, which upon opening, there's just like a billow of smoke and ash that comes out. And you can see a small, bearded, dark-skinned man doing something in his room. What are you doing, Felix?
Probably packing things away in his comically large bag.
Okay.
before going to sleep.
Okay. So this door opens up behind you, and you can just hear the captain from outside in this little like hallway area, just like, could you please try to keep that down a little bit? It's not really built for that.
I'll open a window.
There's no window. Oh, whatever. Anyway, you. What's your name? And he gestures to you, Luca.
Name is interesting. Name not common. I go by many, mainly given based on who I'm with. I'm born with name.
What?
I'm sorry.
What was that?
I think I pooed a little. Jeez.
People not happy to use that name. So
Oh,
call
wait,
me.
that was
call
the
me,
name.
Wait,
Call me what? Call me some. People call me whatever they want to call me.
Okay.
I thought that was like a weird noise or like a sneeze or a fart or I don't know why.
Apparently that's his name in bird language.
Could you say that once more so I can write it down?
I think we need an X.
You can call him that if you want.
The captain just looks at you. Says, "I'm not going to be calling you that." But
Felix stops when he hears that.
Understandable.
all right. Well, we'll make sure then to give you a name tomorrow, maybe, or later today. Sometime. Yeah.
God.
This is your room, and he just kind of like shows you the door and then walks away.
Thank you.
Okay.
So it was just me and Felix then in the room?
And then I believe Captain Revan is standing around as well in the area.
In the area, but outside the actual room.
Yeah.
Okay. Rev would go. He would go find his seat. I guess go find the bunk to go sit in.
Okay. So Felix
just kind of-
in walks this essentially a large raven-looking creature which you've probably read a book about, like a biology book about at some point in your life, that you know to be an Iran. And he is looking to bunk up with you.
Yeah, he doesn't give much aside from the startling noise. He like kind of finishes packing his stuff up in his bag, and then for about 10 minutes he's like saying some putting some enchantment on the bag before he goes to bed. He just kind of like hops up on his hammock and pulls the blanket over and goes to sleep.
Okay.
Did I hear this doorway conversation because my back was to the door?
Yeah, once they got into the area where they were next to the bunks, you probably would have heard that.
Okay. As soon as it calms down, I'm going to bed.
Okay. Yeah, after the Birdman is let into his new room, it seems to be quiet out in the foyer area.
Was it nighttime now?
No, it's early morning.
Early morning. Okay.
Mhm.
He would hang out in his bunk, kind of lets Felix do his thing, not really engage because he's just kind of trying to decompress from everything. Once kind of eyes are off of him, if they are, he would take out his water skin and start having a few drinks.
Okay.
And probably 20 or so, 20, 30 minutes after kind of hanging out a little bit, he would want to go to the deck and basically go fly around the ship to kind of stretch out his wings since it's been so long.
Okay.
You can fly at will.
A bird.
Mm-hmm.
Caw caw.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Don't
My
leave any
note-
bread.
In my notes next to Lucas' character's name, I just have in parentheses "Ree" with like several exclamation marks.
I'm triggered.
Captain Revan, is there anything you'd like to do since you're standing around out there?
He was mostly just observing, and then once the bird creature. Would I have known what type of creature this thing was? Would I have ever seen one of those? Are they super rare, like the Torn?
No, you would have interacted with some of the Iran before.
Okay.
You know that specifically the Night Iran, so the type of creature that Lucas' character is, have like performed raids on like human settlements before. There's some amount of trading, maybe like messenger, scout, spy kind of work, but that's probably all the interaction you've ever had with them.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would have just observed as he came in, maybe nodded at him, and then hung out in the hallway for a bit to see if anything happened. But then it would have been getting close to the time where I would normally go to sleep. So depending on how long Screech stays in his bunk, I either will or won't see him. I'll say another, I don't know, I'd probably wait 15, 20 minutes tops and then go crash if nothing was happening.
Was the woman put in Revan's room?
She
Okay.
wasn't put there, but she did go there.
Okay.
Yes. So when you
that's
go
right.
back to your bunk, there is someone else in the room. And when you open the door, she is just kind of like sitting down on the bed, like with her hand between her head between her hands. And when you walk in, you can tell like she kind of puts her hands down and like kind of starts rubbing away her eyes, like maybe she was crying.
Is she younger, older?
She's younger than you.
Okay.
She's probably in her 30s.
What seems to be troubling you, lass?
I, I'm sorry. I did not know that this bunk was taken. I can go somewhere else. Please.
Are there 2 beds in there?
There are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's any other beds. I'm not a man of ill repute. You're welcome to stay in one of these. You'll get no trouble from me.
When you say you're not a man of ill repute, she looks down at your manacles and then looks down at her own.
Don't be fooled by these. I don't know your story, but I certainly don't deserve these.
I'm not sure if I deserve mine either. But perhaps we are more similar. And she holds out her hand, and she says, "My name is Joan."
I approach and go to shake her hand. And I be Captain Revan.
Is your first name Captain?
Aye, for now it is.
Then I am just Joan.
And that is all right with me. What landed you in those? And I gesture towards her hands.
I was caught stealing.
What?
From Lady Margaret.
Oh, troubles with Lady Margaret. I'm all too familiar with them. That's what landed me here. She accused me of murder.
Did you do it?
Ha! I did not do it, lass. I am a man of many things, and one of them is not a murderer.
That is what makes us different. Is I did steal from Lady Margaret. And I would do it again.
Then perhaps we're not as different as I might think, as you said.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
You see, not only did she put me in these and send me off on this ship, she also stole my ship, the Leviathan, and who knows what happened to my crew upon her.
Is it nice ship?
Ha, aye. Nicer than the vessel we're on. And I have every intent of getting her back.
Oh. I wish you luck in this. Do you know how long it will be till you get your ship back?
However long it takes to return from Zunakbia. However long it takes to return from Zunakbia and to discover where my ship is at. Unless, perhaps, my crew comes looking for me. I really don't know what the situation is, as they took me away the moment we got to port.
That is terrible. I'm sorry.
It is, aye.
I have no family or belongings. Wherever I go is where I will be.
Then here you are.
This
That
is
was
true.
stupid. Looking at her hair, what does her hair look like?
It is blonde. like a very dirty, sandy blonde, but long, like past shoulder length.
Is it put up with anything
No.
or styled in any way?
No, it is.
Nope, it's just lace.
It's down, and you can tell not only from the smell but also just from the sight that it has probably been a while since she has been bathed.
Ah, okay. So no chance she has a bobby pin in her hair. That's where I was going with
No.
that.
No. No. Also, the bird that came with you probably is also, his feathers are a little matted, gross.
Ew.
Ugh.
Hasn't had a chance to have a sand bath.
I'm
Good.
cosplaying as my character right now.
He hasn't,
Meanwhile-
he hasn't been preening himself.
Mm-mm.
No.
Meanwhile, our room smells like a park.
Delicious.
Spence, when I was
Yeah.
brought into the room, would I have seen where they brought her?
So she just went to the room across from you.
Okay, so I did see her go
Yeah,
in.
you did see her because she went in there before you.
Is it safe to say that I said I was laying on my bed 20, 30 minutes
Mm-hmm.
that I would have seen Captain Revan go in past me to go speak to her?
If you were laying on your bunk 20, 30 minutes, probably not.
I
You
wouldn't have
seen
seen?
him go in because the door is closed to your guys' bunk. So you wouldn't have like seen out to their bunk to see Captain Revan
They're
go in.
okay. Okay. For some reason I thought the doorway to get to their room went through ours,
Yeah, no.
which okay. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Then I would have gone about what I said I was going to do.
Okay. Yeah. She just. You're going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to ask her one more thing.
Okay.
So you said you stole from Lady Margaret.
Yes.
What? Or tried to, at least. What was it that you were trying to steal?
Just some of her money, her riches, her valuables.
Anything in particular?
She has a particular necklace that is quite valuable, but I did not have my eye on anything else. Mostly, if I could find gold. The reason I was caught is I did not have very good plan. Normally, I'm more planned.
Were you in her house?
Hey?
Her home?
Yes. I was. That is also how I was caught. This unfortunate series of events.
One last thing. It may be in your best interest to enjoy some of the seawater before you take to your bunk, if you understand my meaning.
Drinking seawater makes you sick.
I don't think you should drink it, lass. I think you should bathe yourself. You
I'm
smell.
very tired. I'm going to lay down.
Very tactful.
Joan will remember that.
All right.
So she
Revan
climbs
goes
up
to
into
sleep
her
as well.
bunk and kind of pulls the blanket over herself and tries to fall asleep.
But before I lay down and go to sleep, can I do a quick look around the room? Is there anything at all in the room that seems like I could attempt to pick the lock on the manacles?
Give me give me a perception check or investigation check. Give me investigation.
Okay, that'll be 15.
15. looking around the room, it is clean. You're not seeing a lot of anything to be able to get out. There is a decent amount of like saltwater grime on things, but that's about it.
What about just making an attempt to free myself of them?
As
Just
far as
through.
like how would you like to do it?
Um. Hmm.
I'm amazed.
Well,
they
so
didn't
I
do-
assume they're
Go ahead.
tight, so likely not slipping my hands out. So trying to snap the chain somehow. Is there any exposed piece of metal or like a post that I could? Oh, post wouldn't even work. Gosh. Yeah. If this is just a standard ship room and everything's made of wood, there's probably not going to be a lot I can do to some iron manacles.
Yeah, not here. There's
Yeah,
not a lot
okay.
that you could do.
Go
will-
outside.
I will-
Put your hands in front of the cannon and fire it.
I'll climb into my bunk.
Okay. All right, you climb into your bunk. Birdman, you go outside, you stretch your wings, and you fly for a little bit. As you are
He's
flying.
he's like barrel rolling, like he is dive bombing, like he is complete in showboat mode. If anyone's paying attention, he's basically saying like, "Check this out."
You can see that there's basically like one person who's awake right now, and it's the captain, and he's mostly just like eyes on the horizon. Every once in a while you'll see him look up at you, but he doesn't stare very long.
Does he look impressed?
Make me an insight check.
Is it daytime?
It is daytime.
If it's daytime, Wander would definitely be
Oh,
up
that's
there.
right. Wander, yeah, is also awake.
And he,
Insight
Yeah, insight.
5.
Hard to tell. Hard to tell if he's impressed or not. He seems
Fair.
pretty set on sailing.
In his mind, he's impressed. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Barnabas?
I was gonna say Wander is paying close attention, but it might not be easy to tell because looks like a tree.
Just kind of looks like a tree growing out of a boat.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is there any conversations people would like to have?
I'm slipping.
Okay. Day goes by. Go ahead.
I would probably land afterwards,
Oh.
and I'm assuming like I've never seen anyone like Wander before.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably have not. You may not have even heard of something like Wander before. Just because of like the nature of your people,
Yeah.
it may be a totally foreign concept to you.
Is Wander just like kind of standing stoic and still, or is he like just kind of meandering about the deck?
He's standing pretty still, but if you approach, he'd definitely respond.
Okay. I think he would approach, but I think he wouldn't realize that you're like animated.
Why is there a tree on the ship?
Oh my gosh, it's looking at me.
I think he.
Make a nest
Honestly,
in him.
Those are some impressive flight maneuvers, I have to say.
you speak.
Better than you, apparently.
Hey.
He gets the humor. He's terrified. Well, I forgive rudeness. What are you?
I'm what's known as a floral torn. I think basic basically a living tree. The Torn people, they're. Dang it! I keep absorbing every single accent that everyone else
I was like,
has.
you get a
It
little
is
Boris
It's real
there.
hard.
horrible.
Oh my goodness. I don't know why I
Cannot
thought
stay
to
in my
give
lane.
everybody on this ship a different accent. It's awful.
Yeah, you've been nailing it, man.
Okay, Irish. Okay. Yeah, in my land, there are trees and beasts that are alive and sentient. A sentient bird is new to me, but clearly you can fly, you can talk. Very impressive.
What means sentient?
Uh, Alive and thinking, unlike the wood in the boat and whatnot.
My home on top of tree. That's sentient?
Did the tree
No.
ever get mad at you?
No.
Mm,
Provide-
then it was
provide-
not a sentient tree.
Provide shelter. Very nice tree.
Ooh, trees are good, but I'm an awake tree, if you will. Perhaps that was an asleep tree and I'm an awake tree. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Mhm,
Sleep tree. Awake tree.
mhm.
You awake tree.
Ah, looks like
Home.
it.
Home in sleep tree.
Hmm.
I like you.
I like you too.
What is your name?
Well, my name is Wander.
Wander. Hello, Wander.
What is your name?
I said it earlier down below. Did you not
Oh,
hear?
the screeching sound.
Yes. Names are weird for my people.
Hmm.
It's they're different. I go by many names. That's name, but call me what you will.
Well, do you have a nickname?
People usually give name.
Do you have a name that you've been called that you hate less than the others?
It's all same.
Tis all same. That's. I like the ring of that. Tis all same.
What-
Tis all same.
That's
Yeah,
not what
right.
that's not what I meant. But I like where your head's at.
Okay. Well, until something else comes along, I'll call you Tis all same.
Okay. Okay, Wander.
Or perhaps Tis all.
Ooh. That's kind of cool.
While you guys are having this conversation, you can look up and see Captain Reichert is now he's left the horizon. He's watching this conversation, and he's just like, "What is going on?"
Never in my years.
Right. Like, never thought that this would happen on his ship ever.
So, what brings you on the boat, Tis all?
I do not know. I was in Pollux in prison. They told me I won lottery and put me on boat.
Lottery?
Lottery is a prize you win in Pollux when you are too bad for Pollux, I assume. They told me I was a problem and put me on boat with lady.
Hmm. How did you end up in Pollux?
I was hired to do a raid in a village. I was lied to about motive. I went to help Aran, who was captured, and was then myself captured and brought to Pollux.
That's a bad deal. Who lied to you?
Do I know who hired me, Spencer? Like specifically, or would it have been like, oh, this is a raid that's happening, everyone form up?
Yeah, more that like, uh, just like community, like a, all right, hey, we're gonna get together and we're gonna go steal from the people.
Sure. Wait, no, I am unsure who misled group, but group was misled. We were
Ah,
told we were meant to get valuables. I do not know why we actually went.
sounds like a bad deal.
Yes.
How long were you there?
Spencer, 6 months? How much more?
No, it was like a month.
A month?
Yeah.
One. Uh, days. Oh, numbers. He holds up 5 fingers and flashes them 5 times. That many day.
Except you don't really have fingers.
Six
Five
times. Do I not have arms?
I mean, you have arms, but like
Okay. They're feather arms. They're not like
it's make believe.
not birds with arms.
Yeah. Well, you didn't you say that you weren't like you didn't have arms with wings, like your wings were your arms.
You got like Falco hands.
Exactly.
I thought it was
You
the
have like
opposite.
big exaggerated hands that are really just feathers.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, he would hold up his hands, basically the equivalent of 30, but not knowing how to say it, basically.
So not years of your life.
No, sun up, sun down.
Okay.
That many.
Interesting.
Yes.
There's a really interesting mix of people here on this boat.
I saw a few. I'm in room with small man with beard who make things smell bad.
Yeah, he freaks me out a little bit.
Oh, and when you came in the room, it was completely dark. He was just working in the dark.
Wasn't it smoky?
It was also smoky.
Pitch black
Yeah,
and a
You,
wall of
you could
smoke.
basically see the glow of his cigar, and he didn't have his goggles on, so you could see the glow of his 2 eyes.
Oh, cool.
I got you. So I didn't actually see like your height as you being small. I just saw a room full
I mean,
of
they were lower to the ground than you would have expected.
Wonder, do you know where we are going?
Yes, I do. We are going to Zunich Bay.
Where is Zunich Bay?
To the west, if I understand correctly. I've never been there before, so I don't know much about it. Basically, you know as much as I do at this point. I'm just here to learn and explore, so wherever the boat's going someplace new, so that's good from my perspective.
No is good. I was told by guard I was to have new life. I do not know what to make of this. I think we will be exploring many things together.
Sounds good to me. I'm picking up a lot of new things, so we can work together and try and figure out how this crazy world works.
Do you drink?
A little bit here and there. I don't like it as much as the Dorn and the Hewn, but sometimes.
I would offer mine out, say, I make this on Pollux. You are welcome to it.
Oh, wanting not to be rude, but also very nervous, tries a little sip of it.
He would take it back from you and like just down a bunch of it just to kind of show like, no, all good.
I assume this is
It's huge.
toilet bowl prison
Oh, yeah.
hooch.
100%.
Okay. Wander coughs a little bit, kind of a thanks.
Good. It's good. It tastes good like paint. Go down like paint on side of boat. I think that's the word.
Mm. Auron have different eating habits than Torn, apparently.
Yes. Cool.
Interesting.
That's all I
Wait,
want to say.
does Luca's character eat like a duck or a pelican? He just grabs the food and uprights his head. It's like
Pretty much.
Are there any capybara on board the ship?
Oh no.
Are there any what? No,
Capybara?
Capybara.
Tizal briefly tries to eat Wander and is like,
You better put those berries away, Barnabas. Just let me know.
All right. Day passes. Yeah, those of you who are awake, it's a pretty uneventful day. Those of you who are asleep, you wake up in the evening after having had a day of rest. I guess I'll call you Tizal and Wander. Before you head to sleep, you see that the rest of the crew starts waking up, and they get to their different chores aboard the ship. At this point, you're a fair distance out into the ocean, just for your own mental math and my own internet research. Sailing vessels travel about 30 miles a day. Yeah. If I remember correctly. Yes. So not terribly fast, but you're there. You are past the point where you could see Pollux at this point. Again, because it is so low to the horizon, like once you're more than a mile away from it, it's just like gone. You can see like the top of the building that is on Pollux, but that is also quickly gone over the horizon. And you are making your way westward. As far as you can tell, for those, so Maple and, or not Maple, sorry, Wander and Tizal, it seems to be that the wind is at your back, so it's fairly easy traveling. It seems to be a pretty easy job for the one person who has to stay awake, which is Captain Reichert at this time. Once everybody else starts to wake up, but before you go to sleep, Captain Reichert again gathers everyone on the deck of the ship. He says, all right, everybody, come onto the deck. Sorry, I'm getting near the end of my shift. I'm a little tired. You'll hear I'm not using that ridiculous accent anymore. I only do that when we're near shore because it's what people expect from a ship captain. Not how I talk at all. This is, as I've told you a number of times, the Nightingale. We are a little short-handed this voyage. So, before the day's through, what I would like, or before the watch is through, the night's watch is through, I would like to get some of you new folks to volunteer to help around as crew. Which reminds me, and he pulls out kind of a set of keys, like a big key chain that has like a number of keys on it. He goes first to Captain Revan, and he undoes your manacles. And he says, sorry about that. And in front of everybody, he says, sorry about that, old friend. you're a captain on this ship as you are on any other ship. And he goes to the female hewn and undoes hers as well. Says you are free of whatever past misdeeds you may have done here. You may just be the best that you can. But as you could tell, we are a little short-handed. Any one of my crew is able to do the general deeds of a crew member, while we have our own kind of assigned tasks aboard the ship. It would be great if you could shadow one of the other people on board, learn how to do their tasks, and then we could start to get into that cycle of who's awake at night, who's awake at day, so we can have somebody kind of doing all the jobs at one point in time. That being said, is there anyone interested in learning a new trade? And I know that this is a bit strange. Again, I'm sorry.
Fine by me. I would be very interested in learning a new trade. I do need to be out during the day, however, being a plant and all.
Okay. I'm sure that whoever you end up pairing up with would be very grateful for that. Simply because we're more accustomed to being awake at night currently. That's the cycle that we're on.
Follow the sun coverage. That's the goal, right?
Right.
Council
Will-
waits for other people to speak.
I think Tizal would probably chime in and say, will there be compensation for services?
Oh, right. About that. There was the question earlier. We hadn't yet picked you up. There was a question about if or not we are compensated. We are something of smugglers. We specialize in transporting certain precious minerals from the Western continent to the hewn capitals, where we are then paid fairly well. We will keep that just between us as friends. You will keep that secret or you'll die, probably. So yeah, there will probably be some form of payment for services rendered.
Smuggling indicates a lack of legality. Why would the Hewn have a law against acquiring resources from a foreign continent?
It's not so much the hewn that have the problem with it. It is the continent from which it comes.
Understandable.
The Dwarn are not very keen on us taking some of these precious minerals. And so we work with those who have been exiled from the Dwarn to secure some of these precious minerals, and we bring them back to the hewn capital. Now, just as a note, I'm sure some of you are wondering what these precious minerals are. If you would, Tim, then the bigger, burlier of the three redheads, goes back into his bunk, into like the crew's quarters, and he comes out, and you can see in his hand he has a perfectly like crystal clear stone. Says, again, Captain Reichert says, this is what we call alchemite. We call it alchemite because it can be infused with other powers. What I'm assuming, and he looks at Captain Revan. He says, what I'm assuming happened is someone in the Hewn capital got their hands on a load of red alchemite, which is infused with the power of fire, and used that as explosives against High Jarl Tormund. Again, I am fairly confident of your innocence in that matter. And I apologize that you have to be here with us. Any
Aye.
questions? All right. So, just to go around and make introductions again, or to potentially introduce you to who you will be shadowing for the next couple of weeks on responsibilities aboard the Nightingale. I would like someone to act as acting captain when I am asleep. My first choice would be Revan, only because he has prior experience doing the job. However, should he not be interested in that, we could relinquish the duties to someone else. We're also looking for someone to back Mr. First Mate Rogers. I almost said Mr. Rogers again. First Mate Rogers. We would like someone to help Woody to be an acting bosun. Someone to help Ralph being an acting barrelman. Ronnie Drew being the quartermaster. If anyone would like to shadow Ed Cutler or Old Tim in their cook and or surgeon responsibilities, that is also welcome. And lastly, Carrie downstairs could also probably use some help from time to time. I'll warn you again, as I did prior, before Birdman Tizal was here. There will be an extra challenge or maybe a bonus to you if you are the type that enjoys learning new things. He does not speak. But that would be in the acting master gunner responsibilities.
I'll work with Carrie.
All right.
I do take an interest in the explosions.
Made even cooler because of the glasses.
A note to you. Never mind.
And if you need
What's that
any
note
help
say?
handling those minerals, I do have experience with that as well.
I do remember a promise made to you. Don't think I'll forget.
I have not.
The 20% southern twang on Jack's character is greatly appreciated. Very genteel southern, I love it.
I am happy to lend my skill where needed.
Tizal, since you were not here for the introductions earlier, would it be beneficial to have a introduction to the crew so you could learn what the responsibilities expected of you are?
Yes.
As somewhat of a refresher course to the skills needed aboard the ship.
Yes. That would be appreciated.
All right. I, as Captain Reichert, I mostly steer the ship. I'm responsible for the lives of the crew, for the health of the ship, and I try to keep everyone in line. First Mate Rogers is the first mate, as his title implies. First Mate is my right hand. He acts for me, interfaces with the crew, makes sure everyone is happy aboard the vessel. As being out at sea, as Captain Revan may attest, and the crew may attest, does take a toll on one's sanity, one's physical health, over extended periods of time. Woody, he gestures to the white-haired gentleman, is a bosun. The bosun repairs the ship, does a lot of the maintenance work, a lot of the handyman work around the ship. So if you find yourself being a handy person, that might be a suitable place for your skill set. Ralph is our barrelman. He sits in the crow's nest, and he scans the horizon. I noted you peeked up when I said crow. It's not just a reference to you. He scans the horizon and is an essential helper for the captain in knowing what is to come. The other gentleman you will see on the deck many times beside me, if we are operating at the same time, is Ronnie Drew. He's the quartermaster. Quartermaster is responsible for plotting our course, for knowing the weather patterns, for knowing the seas, knowing the seasons. If the first mate is my right hand, the quartermaster is my left. Ed Cutler and Old Tim are the cook and the surgeon. They cook things and they put people back together when people are blown apart. And Carrie is the master gunner. He is our munitions expert. For those of you who may be wondering at that, the ballista that you see aboard this ship are not the only weapons that we have. We also, due to the nature of our voyages and of our time aboard the high seas, have secured ourselves 2 cannons. Cannons are a technology that was used by some ancient civilization. They explode and send things out at a very high speed. Think of it like a ballista, but better. But louder.
How loud is good?
That
Not for
roll-
Ray. You need to be quiet, but loud is good.
That role has already been taken by Mr. Felix. So please, the remaining, if you would.
I think perhaps my skills might be best used with Woody, being I would like to make sure that the use of any additional lumber is done so in an ethical manner, as for obvious reasons. I care about such things. Although I do have a quick question. Old Tim, do you ever perform amputations in dire circumstances?
Old Tim holds up his left hand where he is missing a number of fingers.
If there's ever an opportunity that comes up, I would greatly like to participate in an amputation. I've seen fleshy things sawing into lumber, and I just think it would be interesting to know, as a piece of lumber, what it would be like to saw into fleshy things.
That's rightly disturbing, but I'll keep you in mind should it ever come up.
That's amazing. I just imagine this tree with Barnabas's Discord profile picture, just like.
How does it feel now?
I'm gonna make a boat out of you.
A meat boat.
A meat boat.
A sinew canoe.
The council wordlessly goes and stands by the first mate.
Yeah, Tizal is staring at the crow's nest.
At which point, Captain Reichert turns to Captain Revan and says, "Would you do me the honor?"
Aye. And he walks off towards the bridge.
Thank you. All right. Your first watch starts tonight. I'm going to go to sleep. And he then goes off to the captain's quarters. So.
Oh, can I ask one quick
Sure,
question
yeah, you can
before
stop him before
he
he walks
walks
off.
off? Before we start? Yeah. And is it Riker or Reichert with a T at the end?
Reichert.
Reichert, okay. Reichert. A word, please.
Please, call me Richard.
Did they... Were you given my things when I boarded the Nightingale?
No, lad. Though town guard keeps those.
Oh, 'tis a shame. And is it Lady Margaret you work for?
No. I work with her from time to time. But
Okay.
I would never work for her.
Do you expect us to be going back her way soon?
Only if you have a death wish. You may have a mighty ship, but she's got 400 mighty ships.
Aye. All right then. Gives him a nod.
Where we're going is better than there. If you ever want to go back, you probably can. But you'll have to be either sneaky or powerful.
Is this a private conversation, or are they saying this on the deck?
They're kind of saying it off to the side. But, I mean, if anyone wants to try and listen in, they could make me a perception check.
Totally. 14?
14?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, since they're just standing on the deck, you could probably hear them, what they're saying.
Okay. After they... Actually, I would probably, as soon as he said better, I would start approaching. Like, where we're going is better. That would pique Tizal's interest to go join the conversation.
Okay. He sees you walk up.
Forgive listening. Why is where we go better? What is to the west?
To the west lies a land of opportunity. It's a land of danger, but it is at least not ruled by Lady Margaret. She believes that those who are sent off to the Western continent die, when in reality what is left there is a group of free thinkers, a group of powerful individuals, a group of ambitious individuals, a group of risk takers. We've set up a nice life for ourselves.
He doesn't have ears, but he's got an ear-to-ear smile on his beak as soon as you said free and risk takers.
He also doesn't have lips, right?
No, beak.
He just doesn't
Just
have
being a jerk.
The two can't gape.
Okay. Going to bed. And he, again, resumes his walk back to his chambers.
What does Joan do?
Joan
Good
will...
question.
Council's trying to keep tabs on everyone.
Right. She'll probably work closest. She doesn't really have any interest in the other like specific crew responsibilities. She would probably work with the Currys.
General crew.
Yeah. Just have general responsibilities.
Cool.
Hoist the sails, clean the deck, etc.
Give up me hearty yo.
Yes, that type stuff.
That's offensive.
All right.
You're a pirate. You're always offended.
So, first night on your watch. You are now approximately 3.5 days into your journey. You know that it is about 3 weeks long. I will be sending each of you something in Discord.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I love me some special Gevins.
Let's see here.
That count?
What?
What?
Is that council saying that?
Yeah.
I love Mason.
I wish he talked that way.
Ooh.
Hold on here.
Look at my mask.
Adam, you are going to get this one.
Making the cook.
No, he gets that one.
No,
Barnabas
you
is
deserve
going to be the bosun.
No.
That one. Alex, you're the first mate?
I am.
You get that one. Luca, you
Ooh.
are the barrelman.
Crow's Nest Man, thank you.
That one. And Felix is the master gunner. You get that one. So what you've just been given is a description of the role aboard the ship. Each role has specific actions that can be taken, like during combat or just during travel. One of the mechanics that happens again out at sea is there is like a morale basically of the crew. That will be just a secret number that I keep track of. But as you are navigating the seas, as you are traveling, that number will rise and fall depending on what happens during each day, and can influence certain events that may happen along the way.
Okay. Cool.
So, for the first night of watch, who would like to speak with their person they're shadowing first?
I'd be happy to chat with Woody.
I order the crew to walk the plank.
I shoot Reverend in the balls.
No, not you guys. The actual crew.
Oh, okay.
They don't listen to you.
This be our ship now.
Get out.
Look at me. Look at me.
I'm the captain.
I'm the captain now.
Okay.
Yar.
Then you, Maple. Wander.
Maple.
Gosh. I'm so sorry.
I like Maple.
Maple's my mother's name.
Wander, you go over to Woody. And Woody simply instructs you to go with him downstairs into the below deck area. And he shows you around. These supplies are over here, and he points you to just like a stack of lumber, like cut up wood. And these over here, he like points you to like some hammer and nails.
Do you know anything about where this wood came from?
No, is that problem?
Not yet.
It screams to me.
I did not cut it myself. Does that help?
Oh, immensely.
Okay, great. Now I understand you are interested in day shift. Is that correct?
Yes, the sun helps me grow.
That makes sense. When we are on duty of sorts, you will be kind of third in charge. They don't see it that way, but it's what you are. If you say something, crew will listen. If there is fight or if there is storm, make sure that there is no water in boat. If there water in boat, make sure water get out of boat. Clear?
That makes sense. I haven't spent much time on a boat, but I do understand that you don't want the water on the inside of the boat. You want it on the outside.
It does make sense that way, yes. All right. That is really all. It is not intensive job until it is intensive. Your job is critical at certain times. But 90% of the time, you hope that it's not that critical.
I've seen a few jobs around where even if they're not difficult, you're supposed to act as if they're difficult. Is this one of those jobs? Should I be traipsing around going, "Oh, this is so terrible"?
No, this is not necessary. Plus, I think, well, you have pretty stoic face. You may be able to pull it off. Say, people see through poker face, but yours is especially hard to read.
I've been told that before.
I do not think it is hard, and it is the only thing that you must remember to do is when it is time to act, you be first to act.
So I need to be ready at all times.
When you're on duty, yes. Otherwise,
That makes sense.
no, it is fine. Feel free to interact with other crew members. Help around as you see fit.
Easy enough. And then if there's a repair, I would assume you'll show me the ropes the first few times.
Absolutely. I am also for this night. I will. Wait, is it daytime now? What time is it? He like looks up through the grate. Says, "Oh,
It's nighttime now. We all just woke up.
nighttime. Yes. If you would like to go to sleep, you certainly can. I will make sure that you are ready for first day shift tomorrow.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Have good. Do you sleep? Do you dream? What? I do not. I'm sorry if that's rude.
To be honest, those were questions that were coming up in my mind.
As an awoken creature, you sleep.
Okay.
If you
I
want to
imagine it.
say that you dream, sure.
Yeah. With dreaming comes sleep, so yeah. Oh, I definitely sleep. I dream as well. They're probably different dreams. A lot of growth and water movement and such things.
You have very interesting dream. Not
What
the
do you
same as
dream
mine.
about?
Large women.
A man of
Structurally
honesty.
sound. That makes sense to me.
That's about it. Yeah. Every once in a while, I dream of home, but that is less likely to be dreamt of.
Do you have a family at home?
No, no family. I am from isle called Anularis. It is not isle where we picked you up. It is different isle, but very nice, very peaceful isle. It is isle where you probably heard of other leader that was assassinated by bird people. That is the isle that it was from. So it is not as peaceful right now, but it is normally fairly peaceful.
So are you mad at the bird at Tizol?
I'm not sure. I'm not tied to my home. It is where I'm from, but I live on sea now. This boat is my home. If Captain were assassinated, I'd be very upset.
I could see it that way.
But no family. I spend most of life on sea.
So your parents are back there?
Oh, parents are long dead.
Hmm.
Hune live not so long. Longer than probably necessary, but not so long.
Okay.
They died. I was not around when they died. To be honest,
Oh.
I became fairly estranged from young age. Again, raised on sea.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you have any other questions for which I may be a representative for my people, please let me know.
Will do. Will do.
I don't know if that was acting or Barnabas is getting tired, but it was great.
That was acting. That was
good.
I just acted the crap out of that.
Have a good night. I'll wake you in the morning.
Good night.
All right. Who would like to be next?
What time are we planning? Planning to finish tonight?
I mean, we can wrap up at 9ish.
Yep.
I had planned so much more content.
I told you.
Welcome to this group.
We take RP to 11.
Well, I was like, man, I really hope that they want to talk about some things. Otherwise, I'm gonna run out of stuff to do real fast. But then,
Nope.
yep, you guys talked about a lot of things.
You didn't think the bird would want to talk to the tree?
I thought you might. I had high hopes.
I still really want you to build a nest in him.
3.5 days into the journey, the night is young.
We need to get a hammock or something.
I can go next for the gunner.
Okay.
The silent gunner.
You, Felix, you make your way down to the lowest parts of the ship where it is more suitable to your taste. It is dark. There are some like portholes, some other places to let in light, and there's a little bit, that just comes in through like the creaking boards above you. But for the most part, it is fairly quiet, fairly dark. And the only other person you can see down there is Carrie.
He removes his goggles in the dark, and also a little cap comes down over his cigar because he knows he's going to be around explosives.
Cool.
He's smart about that. He just chews on the end of the cigar.
Be a lot cooler if he kept it burning. Just saying.
Carrie, when he hears or when he sees you coming down the stairs, you see him reach for just something kind of like off to the side, and he begins doing something with his hands, and he holds up essentially like a little chalkboard, and on it just says, "Hello, my name is Carrie."
And I'm Felix. Pleasure meeting you.
He kind of looks at you, and like there's a delay between what you say and him like kind of nodding like, "Yep, okay, I understood that," or like, "Yeah, I can read, I can see that." He walks you over. There's like a lever of sorts that's on the ground that seems kind of out of place for like the bottom of a boat, or what you think is the bottom of a boat. He grabs this wooden lever and he pushes it forward, and basically the bit of planks that is right in between you two turns over, and on the other side of this thing of planks there is a cannon, which is something that you're probably not familiar with. So basically a large like metal tube on wheels. Looks like it is old. And it's like strapped down into place. When he gets it there, he then like kind of mimics going to like cannonball, like goes to mimic like putting in powder, just kind of like showing you what to do in the case that you ever need to use them.
Can you show me where the powder and the cannonballs are?
Yeah, he shows you where the
and
munitions are.
Felix has like a notebook out, and he's like taking measurements of the cannon. He's taking great interest in it. He like picks up some of the gunpowder, like moves around his fingers. He pulls like a looking glass out and starts looking at it very closely, and even like tastes it a little bit just to try to figure out what it's made of. He's gonna get really familiar with this piece of equipment.
All the while, Carrie is just kind of like sitting back and watching you do all of this. Like this is like his baby down here. So seeing somebody else have so much interest in it, he's very interested to see why you are interested in it, or like what kind of interests you have in it.
I've heard of such technology existing, but I've never seen it in person.
He nods, and he grabs his little chalkboard and he starts writing. After a couple of minutes, well, not minutes, a couple seconds, he turns it around to you, and it just says, "Very powerful, very dangerous."
That's exactly why it's so useful.
He erases it again. Writes a little bit more. Turns it around. It says, "Do your hands work?" Question mark.
Oh, they work.
At which point he starts teaching you or trying to like show you different ways of communicating with him, but just by talking with your hands. He's basically teaching you sign language.
All right. Let me add that to my list of languages.
Not yet. You don't have proficiency in it.
In 3 weeks, done.
Easy peasy.
He after he is done, just kind of like basically he'll point at the cannon and then he'll do like his own sign for like what cannon is, and then he'll point at a cannonball and like cannonball, cannon or gunpowder, whatever, black powder, just showing you the different like ways that he knows how to communicate about the things that are down there. At which point he then takes it, he like kind of grabs you or walks past you and just like beckons you along with him to go to the other end of the ship.
Yeah, I follow.
Okay. When you get to the other end of the ship, there is a set of locked doors. And he like pulls on the doors to show that they're locked. And he just looks at you and goes, and then walks back to the cannons.
Understood.
Interesting.
Grabs his little piece of chalk and slate, and he draws a sun and he draws a moon, and he holds it up to you. Or not, he draws a sun. There is no moon. This is weird. He draws a sun.
Some stars.
There are no stars.
I think I
no
get what he's
stars or
trying
moon?
to.
So the night is completely black?
It's
We're
completely
just
black.
we're just a rogue planet
Wow.
drifting in space with a sun.
With the sun. Man, night must be dark. Like, you
Um,
know,
Yeah, that'd be nuts.
it'd be pitch black. There'd be nothing.
Yeah.
I'll
Right.
let you decide.
So he draws a sun and he draws a lantern.
There you go.
There we go.
That's a better way of showing it.
You pick your preference.
He thinks about it for a second, and he circles the lantern.
You got the night shift. I'll take the day.
And then he just kind of sits down and lets you poke around and do whatever. After, a couple hours, like he goes up to the like mess hall area. There's like a little area. It's next to the captain's cabin where there's like a table and some chairs. Like that's where the cook spends all his time. Like Ed hangs out. And he eats, comes back, does some like maintenance stuff.
Felix like completely disassembles the cannon and puts it back together.
Which once you start doing that, Carrie's just like like not trusting at all that what you're doing is gonna end up being an okay thing to do. But of course, with time, he sees that you're very meticulous in the way that you're doing things, and so he eases up a little bit. Like at first, he's almost like looking over your shoulder, like trying to like tell you how, like pointing at things, like you have to loosen this screw over here or whatever first. You have to undo that before you can take off this other thing. But you're doing it faster than he can point at for you to do it. Yeah, and that's how you spend the evening. So when morning comes, he then kind of gives you like the thumbs up, like you okay to take shift, and he heads up to bed. All right. Did you want to delve into his backstory or ask him any probing questions like Wander did?
I'll ask how did you procure these cannons? Or is that a closely guarded secret?
He draws a squiggly line, and he draws a boat on top of the squiggly line, and then he draws an arrow kind of pointing down below the squiggly line.
Beneath the ocean.
When you say that, he nods.
That is interesting. He's not going to probe into Carrie's backstory. He's interested in the cannon's backstory.
For sure. Okay. Which, in taking apart the cannon, you can tell, this is old. And due to, I mean, it's been cleaned up for sure. Like, it's a well taken care of piece of machinery. But this was well worn. It's dated.
If it's been in the ocean, it's...
Yeah. Not as much buildup, like ocean grime as you'd think. But it was in there for a time for sure. Okay. Anybody else then? Or did you have anything else you wanted to cover, look at, investigate?
How did you get to the bottom of the ocean?
He draws something like a fish, and then he draws like a stick person next to it, and then he draws like a coin.
Ah, you employed the fish people, whatever they're called. Employed, enslaved, maybe. It doesn't matter. You got cannons out of it.
I definitely feel like we should have a Scribble.io set up here for.
I was just thinking about that. I was like, oh man, I should just grab my notebook and start drawing this. Like literally just like hold it up to the camera. Like this is what he shows you. Good luck.
Use your tablet. Your tablet drawing thing. That
I
you
do have my tablet, yeah.
Stream it.
All right.
But that's all for me.
Okay.
You could always open Paint and stream it next time.
Yeah. I mean, there's already some things that I've noted about this setup that I want to fix for next time.
Okay.
This isn't bad. I think that this is actually pretty great, but there are things that I want to fix.
Yeah, Felix has basically like drafted up like blueprints of the cannon and all sorts of things.
Glued
He's
the
taken
crosshairs on the top.
he is thinking of ways how he can improve the design.
It's got like a scope.
He's built a silencer on the end of it.
It's like a wine barrel with a mattress in it. Just boom.
Okay. Council or... Oh no. Tisbin? Tisbin?
Tis all.
Tizall.
Tis all.
All. 'Tis all, sir.
It is our normal stopping point.
Yeah,
Just
otherwise we can end right there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Are we ending or are we going to 9:30?
Yeah, we can end.
I would prefer 9 because I'm going to bed in about 30 minutes.
That's true. Yeah, you get up real
that's
early,
figured.
so...
It's Friday. I gotta get up in what, 7 hours?
Well, you got to get down on Friday. Everyone knows that.
Mm-hmm.
Get up, get down.
I jump over the ship.
All right,
Can we?
let's end the call.
Are you still here?
What?
unfortunately.
Well, I don't understand what's going on. All right, I'm gonna
Because Luke is
end my stream.
horrible, awful.
Worst.
Bye. That was the first session.
Yeah.
Unceremonious ending.